Morning, everyone.
Good morning.
Hello all, welcome to the October 15th, 2022 Delaware STEM Equity Conference. My name is Daniel Sahensky. I am the Executive Director of the Delaware STEM Council. I'd like to welcome everyone for this early morning Saturday full day conference. It should be fantastic. We are going to go from now until about 2 p.m. with panels and discussions on topics like what STEM equity success looks like, with commentators from the K through 12 educator space, higher education and curriculum support organizations. We will also be having another panel discussion on beyond the curriculum, what it's going to take to promote student success in STEM. And then we'll have commentary from perspectives from business and community STEM educators. At the end of the day, we will summarize the day's learning and focus on challenging ourselves to take the next bold step. Good morning, everyone joining us. I see you, Terry. Before we begin, I'd like to thank our partners that made today possible: the Delaware STEM Council, the Delaware Foundation for Science and Math Education, the Delaware Mathematics Coalition, the Delaware Department of Education, and Fame Incorporated. I'd also like to take the opportunity to thank today's sponsors: Ashland, DuPont, Labware, Heinemann, the American Chemical Society of Delaware, Science is Fun with Hassan Bakshiri, Verizon, the Delaware STEM After School Network, Delmarva, Bloom Energy, Croda, Mountaineer Farms, Math Learning Center, and Mifflin Harcourt. Without further ado, I'd like to introduce Bethany Hall-Long, today's keynote speaker for the morning, as well as the Lieutenant Governor of the state. She needs no introduction from this group, but I'm going to give a small one anyway, so bear with me. She is a Sussex native, a passionate advocate for STEM and education in Delaware, a STEM professional herself. Bethany Hall-Long has a master's in nursing and a doctorate in health policy and nursing administration. Here she is now, your Lieutenant Governor.
Wow, good morning, Daniel. It's great to join you. And little laryngitis from talking so much this week. And it started when I had the opportunity to join colleagues with Million Women Mentors in Washington, D.C., which is all about STEM. And I love being with this group. And Daniel, thanks for your leadership. And as you mentioned, the incredible partners, our STEM Council, our Delaware Foundation with Science and Mathematics, our Mathematics Coalition, of course, Fame, and our partner at the state through DOE, and to the many sponsors. They get it, right, Daniel? Everybody here understands, whether it's K-12, higher ed, or workforce redevelopment, that we have to get it right with equity. And as I go across the country chairing the National Lieutenant Governors Association, a lot of folks love to look at Delaware. Why? We're the demography of America. We are a representative, but we also know how to think out of the box. And we have so many incredible scientists. I've been privileged with the STEM Council and Million Women Mentors and educators. Like, I could list lots of names, whether it's Randy or working with Jennifer Kamak or Terry or PJ. I could just go on and on forever. I have seen in our state really out of the box thinking. And when we have the awards and we're working hard, we're really pushing for equity. And today, as you all brainstorm, as you listen to so many incredible speakers, guests from across the country and our own here in Delaware who are champions of STEM, the one thing that I want to make sure, and that's why I wore my pink today for Million Women Mentors, is as we're looking at equity, not only in making sure that we have diverse communities represented from our brown and Black communities, but also making sure women, and a little biased, yes, as the honorary co-chair of the National Million Women Mentors, I really hope that as we're elevating, and I know all of you are leaning in our K-12, and we're going to hear from Dr. Corey Scott, I believe, later, and all of you wonderful STEM educators, that we often leave behind, not intentionally, unintentionally, not challenging sometimes our young women. And how do we know that? The data tell us, right? We're all scientists, we're driven by data. And the data tells us over half of America's workforce, just like here in Delaware, is just around 50% women. But when you look at that under the surface, only 29% of women are in STEM. And if you go further and look at issues in equity, 9% Black, 7% Hispanic. So we've got a little work to do there with today's topic around equity. We know that STEM has been central to our livelihoods. Let's face it, many of you I see on here, and I won't say who, A couple of you had me vaccinate you as a nurse. STEM protected us during COVID, the science, the research, all necessary. And then the other fields of IT, why mathematics? Why must we have engineering? Everywhere we go, from the time we put our feet on the ground in the morning to the time we go to bed at night, STEM is our lives. And so we have to really make sure to embrace that. This week, it was incredible when the Department of Education timely announced that you belong in STEM. What a great opportunity. So today, as we're talking about equity and we're talking about patterns and pathways to increase STEM, let's really also champion and link in DOE's at the federal level announcement that you belong in STEM. And so how we can really, really integrate that. And it doesn't always take a lot of resources. You all are masters at that. I know every single teacher who could take $1 and turn it somehow miraculously into 10 in the classroom. And I know that you're able to do this, but we have to also make sure you have resources. So that's why myself as Lieutenant Governor, very committed to making sure we have the resources, collaboratively working with our partners in the private sector, the nonprofit sector, and really just wanted to say, welcome, thank you. They gave me 7 to 10 minutes, Daniel, but I don't want to take all of your time this morning. I think you've got some incredible speakers, and I wanted you to just jump right in, roll up the sleeves, continue to brainstorm, come out of this session with additional roadmap steps, which I know we already have some in place, but let's really, really put the lens on equity. So again, on behalf of the state, behalf of the governor, myself, thank you for what you're doing. Let's get busy and let's really change the numbers. So hopefully in a year or two, we come online, the equity numbers have improved. So thank you all, have a fabulous time. And I look forward to hearing the report out of all the things you've come up with. So back to you, Daniel.
Thank you so much. It's wonderful for you to join us this morning on a Saturday. I know you have a lot of pressing other commitments on your schedule. So thank you so much for being with us this morning.
Thank you. Thank you all very much.
The next part of our show will be about 3 different short videos that we have. The first one is going to be from Bruce Alberts, followed by Freeman Hrabinski III. Sorry about that. And Bassam Shakashiri. So we'll start off with Bruce Alberts' video.
Greetings, I'm Bruce Alberts, and I'm very pleased to be talking to you today from San Francisco, my home. And I miss all my colleagues in Delaware. When I was president of the National Academy of Sciences for 12 years, working on the national science education standards and trying to help produce better science education for everyone. Delaware was one of our stars, and I think you still are. At any rate, I'm sorry I can't be there in person. I'm going to share my screen. Okay, my title is Why Science Education Must Be for Everyone. And I am presently back at UCSF as a faculty member. I just want to stress very broadly the importance of scientific values and of teaching scientific values. And these are some scientific values I specifically admire. The important values for science is an enterprise can work. The scientists must be honest. Generosity, help others to succeed. And very importantly, every scientist must have a strong demand for evidence for statements and beliefs, but be open to all ideas and opinions irrespective of their source. Hierarchical thinking is not for scientists. This is one of my favorite quotes from a book by a physicist, Jacob Bronowski, still in print. Bronowski was very distressed as a young man to fly over Hiroshima and see what happened with atomic bomb destruction. And he spent the next 10 years reading and writing this book about whether science was really good or bad for the world, and he concluded it was enormously good. He said the society of scientists is simple because it has a directing purpose to explore the truth. Nevertheless, it has to solve the problem of every society, which is to find a compromise between the individual and the group. It must encourage the single scientist to be independent and the body of scientists to be tolerant. Tolerance is really important in our country for any democracy. He ended by saying, science has humanized our values. Men and women have asked for freedom, justice, and respect, precisely as the scientific spirit has spread among them. So recent events in the US have made all scientists recognize that improving science education is an urgent issue. I think most of us were shocked and deeply discouraged to discover that so many Americans feel perfectly comfortable denying what science knows on issues that range from protecting us from COVID to climate change. And the widespread acceptability of such evidence-free thinking, which of course extends far beyond science, is a danger to any democracy. And it makes it especially critical to provide an excellent, appropriate science education for all. Here are two ambitious goals for science education. First of all, to provide all adults with an understanding of how the scientific enterprise works and why they therefore should trust the consensus judgments of science on issues like smoking, vaccination, and climate change. And secondly, to provide all adults with the habit of solving their everyday problems as scientists do, using logic, experiment, and evidence. This is one of my favorite examples of what science education should look like for kindergartens. This was the curriculum in San Francisco when I left to leave for the academy in 1993. It's appropriate kind of year the new 5-year-olds put on clean white socks and walked around under the trees in the schoolyard. Come back, there's all this dirt on their socks. They examine each speck and put it in a little numbered square and look with a little microscope, $3 microscope. And they end up by debating which are seeds and which are just dirt or rocks. And eventually some little kid will suggest that maybe the regular shaped ones are seeds, and the teacher doesn't say that's right, but the teacher says, well, how can we test that idea? And eventually one of those 5-year-olds will suggest we could put all the regular shaped ones in one pot and the other ones in another pot, and so on. Just showing how even science can be used by kindergarten students. This is what it looks like for 12-year-olds, a little older. They're solving harder problems. They work in cooperative groups. The teacher at the back of the room walks around, serves as a coach. This is something we really know how to do. A lot of this has been done already for many years in Delaware. The vision is that if we had a education that includes solving hundreds of such challenges over the courses of 13 years of schooling, we'd be able to produce children who would be great problem solvers in the workplace, but even more important, they would be more rational human beings, people who are able to make wise judgments for their family, their community, and their nation. So I just want to end by talking about two major issues that I have no time to discuss. I've been pushing for a major change at the college level because college sets the example for all kinds of other lower level science education. And we really know that active learning is the way that students learn best. Here's an example. Biology 1 at the University of Minnesota is taught in sections of 200 people each, all doing active learning in many different, there are 3,000 students who take this kind of a course. It can be done and it should be done everywhere. There's also the critical issue of empowering our best teachers. I mean, I have grandchildren and a daughter who's a teacher. I mean, nobody listens to the teachers. Not enough people listen to teachers. And we learned that in order to improve a system, ground truth is essential for wise decision-making. And education needs to do more to recognize the wisdom of teachers and empower them to help make important decisions in their local schools and their local school districts. So I just want to end by emphasizing that Delaware has long set an outstanding example for other U.S. states. You've had visionary support from your local corporations, outstanding leadership, and always have set ambitious goals. Those of us in other states all look forward to your next steps because we badly need good examples from you, and I expect that you will be very successful. Let me just end screen sharing here so you can at least see that I still exist. Okay, this is complicated. Anyway, thank you for listening and good luck.
Hi, I'm Dr. Freeman Rabowski, President Emeritus of the University of Maryland, Baltimore County, better known as UMBC. I'm delighted to speak for a few minutes at this STEM conference there in Delaware. I commend you on doing this. I start by saying that the way we think about ourselves as human beings, as individuals, as a state, as a society, the language that we use, the way we interact with each other, the values that we hold will be so important. We become like the things that we love. I love mathematics. I have always gotten goosebumps doing mathematics. I am a very proud mathematician. In school, in my home state of Birmingham in Alabama, the teacher would give us 10 problems and I would say, "Give us 10 more, teacher." And the whole class would say, "Shut up, Freeman." And somebody would always kick me. But I always had this love of mathematics. Why? Because I saw math in nature, in patterns, in the leaves, in the shapes, in the way we go about walking and determining how long we have to go somewhere or the distance. And most important, I learned that math could teach us to think critically, and that we use it whether in building houses or in learning physics and chemistry and understanding the universe. And so I have enjoyed the past 30 years as president at UMBC until recently, because more than half of our students there are in science and engineering, math, science, and engineering in the STEM areas. And I've loved seeing these students grow and develop. And we have done a great job with students of all races. We have students from 100 countries and from all over the world, and students who are from all the states, particularly between New York and Maryland, including good students from Delaware and New Jersey, Pennsylvania, wherever. And years ago, a philanthropist, Robert Meyerhoff, and I worked together to start this Meyerhoff Scholars Program, which has become the leading program in producing African Americans who go on to get PhDs in math and science and engineering. We're very proud of it. UMBC now, as a minority serving institution, has always been predominantly white, and now it's maybe half and half, with the Asian population being the largest minority, but then African Americans. But we're the leading producer of African Americans who go on to get PhDs in science and engineering and MD PhDs. And there's several messages here. If you get a chance, look at my TED Talk. It's on the 4 pillars of success in college science, because so many students are somehow not making it in the first year or two of science in college, and we call it weed out courses. Well, at UMBC, we say something different. We tell students, look at the student to your left, look at the student to your right. Our goal is to make sure all 3 of you graduate. And if you don't, we are not going to be happy with ourselves. And we make sure those students graduate. But particularly when talking about keeping students in math and science and engineering, there are 2 or 3 things I want you to think about. My TED Talk says high expectations of not just of students, but of us as teachers. What else can we do? And do we have the right mindset that believes that students of any background can succeed in math and science? Too often, when I ask audiences the question, when you were in high school, were you a math science person or a history, English, and arts person? People will raise their hand for one or the other. So somehow we send the message that math is either for you or it's against you. And so I'm challenging our STEM teachers to think about ways of saying to students, you can do this. that mindset makes a difference. We talk at UMBC about grit and resilience, that it may take you a little longer, but you can get it. And so I want you to think about the high expectations of our students and of ourselves, of building community. We have learned that the best way to teach students to solve problems is to have them working in groups, that just working with another person does not necessarily mean cheating, that you're learning from each other, that it takes people in STEM to pull others into the work. It's that passion for the work. I want people to be as passionate about math as we are about basketball. I want people to see a student who's doing well in math or physics and to say, way to go, this is great. And then we have to evaluate what we're doing. And so those approaches, those strategies have led to many of our students going on and doing great things. And I want to inspire you with two stories finally. One story involves a young woman who is from North Carolina, small town in North Carolina, young Black woman, Dr. Kismikia Corbett now comes to UMBC, and we work with her and she gets a degree. She loves math. She loves biology, genetics, all kinds of asking good questions. And she understood what the Nobel laureate I. Rabi meant with this story. Dr. Rabi said that when he was growing up in New York, all of his friends' mothers would ask them at the end of a school day, "What'd you learn in school today?" He said, but not my Jewish mother. My mother would say, "Izzy, did you ask a good question today?" And the practice of encouraging his curiosity made him the scientist he became. Well, Kismikia was curious. She was always asking questions. And she graduated. She went on back to her home state, to Chapel Hill, got a PhD in immunology, came back to NIH, the National Institute of Health, worked with Dr. Bunny Graham, and she was the scientific lead on the team that produced that vaccine for Moderna. Imagine being the first Black woman in the world to create a vaccine. It gives me goosebumps. Every little girl should see a video of Dr. Kismikia Corbett. She's now on the faculty at Harvard. The second story is closer to you all. A young woman who grew up in Havre de Grace, small town, comes to UMBC in the Mahawk program, very shy. I would ask her to get up and talk about herself, and she'd get tears. She was just that shy. But we believed in her. We saw in her that potential to do all kinds of great things. And as time went on, she began to have more and more confidence. She was so talented and loved mathematics. And as time went on, she got more and more confident. She could get up and speak. And she finally said, I want to be a teacher. She wanted to become a teacher. And she finished that degree, the math degree. She went on to the University of Delaware, got a master's in math education, PhD in curriculum, and with an emphasis on math education. Today, she's a tenured faculty member at Delaware State University. And she has sent us students before. But here's this confident math teacher. You go and look at her work. Her name is Dr. Delane Johnson, Delayne, a brilliant mathematician who wanted to influence others to think about also loving math and wanting to teach math. And so my message today is that a child can come from any background, be young boy, young girl, can be of any race, and yet each has that potential either to solve a problem that creates a vaccine or to become a math teacher. Math teachers touch everybody. And with that idea, I challenge you to watch your thoughts, they become your words. Watch your words, they become your actions. Your actions become your habits become your character. Watch your character, it becomes your destiny. Dr. Kismikia Corbett, Dr. Delane Johnson. Goosebumps. Thank you and enjoy your day.
Greetings from Madison, Wisconsin. I'm very pleased to drop in to be with fellow teachers from Delaware. I've been doing it for decades, but today is a special moment for you and I as we engage in meaningful activities in the classroom and outside the classroom. Activities related to scientific inquiry, activities related to helping save the planet from the greatest challenge that we have faced, global warming. We do experiments, we do lots of experiments in the classroom, and we do them outside the classroom. We do them with students. we try to promote creativity in science and in the arts. To help with the next experiment, I'd like to call on Isabella. Please welcome Isabella. Hi, Isabella.
Hi,
What have you been working with?
I'm working with aldehydes.
Al who?
Aldehydes, come on, you know, they're chemicals that smell nice and some have cool reactions.
Oh, yes, yes.
I'd like to show you one, but I need one of the chemicals you have.
You mean this one here?
Yes, that's the one.
All right. I got it ready for you. What should I do?
Pour it in here.
Pour it in there?
Yes.
I can do that. What are you going to do now? Mix
Shake-
it up?
Yep.
Yeah. Whoa. Wow. Wow. Isabella, whoa. That's beautiful, isn't it? Yeah. That's really cool, Isabella.
Yes, that's one of the cool reactions aldehydes have.
Sure. So you enjoy being in my lab? So you like working with chemicals?
Yes, we do. We like all the elements.
All the elements? I bet you don't know their names.
Yes, we do.
No way, really?
Yes, really.
Well, please show me then.
There's antimony, arsenic, aluminum, selenium, and hydrogen and oxygen and nitrogen and radium, and nickel, neodymium, neptunium, germanium, and iron, americium, ruthenium, uranium, europium, zirconium, lutetium, vanadium, and lanthanum, and osmium, and astatine, and radium, and golden protactinium, and indium, and gallium, and iodine, and thorium, and thulium, and thallium. There's yttrium, ytterbium, actinium, rubidium, and boron, gadolinium, niobium, iridium, and strontium, and silicon, and silver, and samarium, and bismuth, bromine, lithium, beryllium, and barium. There's holmium, and helium, and hafnium, and erbium, and phosphorus, and francium, and fluoride, and terbium, and manganese, and mercury, molybdenum, magnesium, dysprosium, and scandium, and cerium, and cesium, and lead, praseodymium, and platinum, plutonium, palladium, promethium, potassium, polonium, and tantalum, technetium, titanium, tellurium, and cadmium, and calcium, and chromium, and curium. There's sulfur, californium, and fermium, berkelium, and also mendeleum, and cynium, nobelium, and argon, kryptonium, radon, xenon, zirconium, and thorium, carbon, cobalt, copper, tungsten, tin, and sodium. These are the only ones of which the news has come to Harvard. And there may be many others, but they haven't been discovered.
Bravo! Our role in the classroom and in the community is to engage everyone, to be inclusive, to be inviting, to enjoy the beautiful chemical world that we live in, and to help protect our planet. We must do this for the common good. And whenever we do experiments, we should always pay attention to what is going on and to be careful to share, to discuss, and to be thoughtful in everything that we do in the classroom and in the community.
Well, that was wonderful. I certainly learned a lot. It's always wonderful to hear from all of these fantastic educators and thought providers in STEM, not only in Delaware, but in the surrounding region. Now it's time, ironically enough, for our 9:30 session. We're gonna have a panel on K through 12 Delaware STEM educators, and I'll kick it off to Tanya Mead and John Weichert.
Good morning, everyone. Happy Saturday. My name is Tanya Mead. I work at Department of Education and I oversee science. And John?
And I'm John Weichert. I'm at the Delaware Department of Education as well. I'm the director for the Career and Technical Education and STEM Initiatives Work Group.
And I believe in our panel today, I saw that we had 3 teachers, Peter Kelly, Karen Elder, and Fallon Lulinski. Hopefully, Fallon, I said your last name correctly. Before we get started, though, I wanted to talk a little bit, just really shortly, since equity is really my passion. The inequities are built into systems of science education, such that students of color, students who speak first languages other than English, and students from low-income communities have limited access to high-quality, meaningful opportunities to learn science. By focusing on becoming more equitable, we can ensure that when we say all children and every child, we mean all and every. This means looking at policies, practices, and funding and resource allocations. If teachers, schools are to serve the common good and promote social justice, teachers, school leaders, state leaders, and business leaders need the knowledge, the skills, and disposition to create schools that eliminate marginalization across multiple dimensions of diversity. And you're going to hear these teachers speak today, and they're doing amazing things in their classroom to make this happen. But we also need to blow up systems at the state level, at the local level, and nationally to make sure that all students, every student really means that. So I'm going to turn it over. I'm not sure, Fallon, Karen, or Peter, which one of you want to speak first? You have about 5 minutes, and then we're going to ask some questions. I know, Karen, you have a little PowerPoint.
Sure, you want me to kick it off?
Sure.
Okay. Hi, everyone. It's so nice to be here this morning. My name's Karen Eller. I am an educator at the Bancroft School in the Christina School District in the city of Wilmington. So I've been teaching on the east side of Wilmington for the past 11 years. And I have been a 4th grade elementary educator for the last 10 years. And this past year, I recently moved up to our middle school floor. So I'm teaching 6th grade science all day now. And just a little bit of background of our school. The Bancroft School used to be a kindergarten through 5th grade school, as well as Stubbs Elementary School. In the past few years, our schools did consolidate. So the Bancroft School is now a 1st through 8th grade school. We added 6th grade 3 years ago, then we added 7th grade 2 years ago, and then last year we added our 8th grade into our school. And our Stubbs Elementary School became a Stubbs Early Education Learning Center, where they service pre-K and kindergarten students. And part of the consolidation of schools, there were many reasons for it, just a couple that I'll share with you. One was, we know building relationships is key with our students and our families. So having students attend the same school, 1st through 8th, would allow students to stay in the same school with the same adults and build relationships stronger. As well, we don't have a high school in the city, so our students leaving 8th grade attend Christiana, Newark, or Glasgow High School. So they're in the city for their high schools. So we had a lot of families that had multiple children in their families across so many schools. So that was one of the reasons. The other one was really to hone in on our wraparound services that we provide to students, so they weren't spread out. So now we have a wellness center in our school for our students, and we have mental health supports in our school. So it was a way to also bring all of our wraparound services together. So this morning, I'm going to share some of the things that I'm doing in my classroom that has been really exciting for our students. And let me, okay to share my screen, Tanya? Okay. Okay, so one of the exciting things that has happened in my classroom, we started last year in my 4th grade classroom. I partnered up with Melissa Tracy at Odyssey Charter School. And one of the cool things about this project is that we were able to show some of the collaboration that can happen across schools, not in the same district, especially across your traditional public schools and charter schools. So it's been really exciting. We were able, through funding, to receive a Fork Farms hydroponic system. And when I'm all finished, I'll share a bunch of different links in the chat and some resources too. So we received a hydroponic system for our classroom through Fork Farms and the I Could Do Anything Foundation. And what some of the cool things that happened, the high school students at Odyssey Charter had a leadership project with this initiative. So they made instructional videos for our elementary students because I was doing the hydroponics with my 4th grade classroom. So what's exciting now, I've moved up to the middle school floor. So now our middle school students are going to be able to also experience growing leafy greens right in the classroom. We're also going to be working with elementary students and bringing them upstairs to work together on this initiative as well too. So last year, students learned how to do their seedlings and then transport them over to the hydroponic system and really learn how to grow things right in the classroom. We don't have green space right connected to our school, so it wasn't something we could do outside. So we learned ways to grow fresh leafy greens right in the classroom. And we are able to harvest leafy greens every 30 days. Last year, students then prepared the lettuce, bagged the lettuce. We were able to also take some of the lettuce to the Sunday breakfast mission, and students also took some of the lettuce home. What's really great about this work over the past year, we were able to get additional funding for this year and continue the work. So Bancroft will be receiving a couple of vegetable towers and some cooking materials and some additional materials to continue the work with the hydroponics in the classroom. It's super exciting because students can see year-round gardening, incorporating STEM into that, and really show them how that leads to future global eco-citizens. They harvested their first crop of greens last year. So it was pretty super exciting to watch. And what's really great about the hydroponic system, when you have it on and the water's flowing, the lights are on, it really is, it almost sounds like a waterfall, a calming effect in the classroom. And a lot of students on their way in, passing my classroom, younger students, they are curious, they'll come in, they'll get to see it before they head to their classrooms for the day as well too. Some that were not familiar with it thought I had some kind of tanning bed in the classroom. So once they came in and saw the exciting hydroponic system, it led to a lot of curious questions as well too. So they're learning how to grow greens in an exciting, sustainable way. And they learned how to embrace new technology to solve problems and discuss food deserts as well too. And let me go to the next slide. Here are just some additional pictures of where the students labeled and bagged the leafy greens. We also grew some bok choy last year. They're using rock wool for their seedlings. They're doing all of the work themselves, watering, transporting it over as well too. And this was all through a partnership with Odyssey Charter and Melissa Tracy, and we've been working together all last year, and we're continuing that work this year. But all of this wouldn't be possible without some of the generous donors and funders that provided the funding to have this become possible in my classroom. And here are just some of the videos. This is just 3 of them, a snapshot, different videos that the high school students created for my elementary students. And what we're gonna do this year is the middle school students I'm working with, we're gonna create some videos as well for our elementary students in our school because we're 1st through 8th grade school. The other great thing, Tanya, I don't know how much more time I have, but I'll just.
You have about a minute.
Okay, I'll move fast. And the other great thing that happened at the Bancroft School last year around STEM and science, through generous funder through AstraZeneca, we were able to bring the Drop Anywhere lab to our school. So I worked with Learning Undefeated directly. That's Miss Emma from Learning Undefeated. We worked together, developed a schedule where all of our middle school students had an opportunity to do some hands-on experiments and also visit the Drop Anywhere lab, which you see in the picture, where it's an onboarding interactive experience for students to go on. Our students in our DAP and REACH programs also were involved too, because when we're talking about equity, we can't forget our students with disabilities as well in our schools. So it was an amazing experience, and the Drop Anywhere lab and Learning Undefeated staff were there for an entire week. Students had in classroom chemistry hands-on experiences, and then part of this visit, they went outside to the Drop Anywhere lab that was stationed outside of our school for about a week. So these are just some of the exciting things around STEM and science education happening at the Bancroft School. So thank you for your time.
Okay, Fallon, we're going to have you go right on.
Hey, everybody, thanks for having me. I'm Fallon Lashinsky, and Tanya, you were pretty close with the last name, almost. You almost had it.
Sorry.
No, you're fine. I teach 8th grade science at the Woodbridge School District, and I actually also teach a 6th grade STEM class, which is a fairly new exploratory at our school. I'm the middle school department chair, and this is my 7th year in education. I've also worked with the NGSX program in Delaware with Tanya to help bring quality phenomena-based strategies into my classroom. So my district is Title I, and that means I teach a lot of students who are lower socioeconomic scale, as I'm sure you guys know, and they come in already kind of feeling unequal to their peers. So it's extremely important to me as their teacher to reach those students, to show them how important it is to hear their voices in the classroom. And really, no matter where they start in their understanding of science, the way that I teach them and the way that we learn science in my classroom kind of brings everyone down to the same level. There are some things that we do in our lessons, and what I thought I'd share with you guys today is just some of the everyday kinds of procedures that we do in my classroom that kind of help bring all of the students down to the same level, gets them really interested, hooks them in, as well as helps those students who feel like they're not coming in like a science whiz, helps them feel like they are important in the conversation as well. So one thing I noticed when I first started teaching science was that what was lacking was students at my level, they were not very confident asking questions. They didn't want to ask the wrong question. They were still in the mindset of, we want to raise our hand and get the right answer. And it's really important, as you guys know, in science, that we have to try things in the classroom, and we have to have the confidence and bravery to go public with our ideas, even if we don't know for sure if they're right. We need to be able to throw things at the wall and see what sticks. And that's metaphorically, and also in some science classes, it's literal as well. So I just was going to share with you a few things that I do. I started out using our curriculum, which asks students, it gives them a big blank piece of paper. We show them a phenomena video, and on that big blank piece of paper, they're supposed to write, what questions do you have about this phenomena? The students struggled with that so much. They just didn't know what to write. they'd raise their hand and say, Miss L, I don't have any questions. And I'd say, well, how can that be? Do you know how to explain this phenomena now? And they were like, no. So I turned that on its head, and we don't use that format anymore. Instead, we use our driving question board. And I'm going to share my screen and show you what that looks like. So this is our driving question board. This is an example. I hope everybody can see it. Ooh, I meant to make that bigger. Slideshow. So you can see that the students feel a lot more confident to throw questions up when they have a sticky note, and I asked them to do it anonymously as well. So I told them I am going to read them out loud, but we're going to do it anonymously. Don't write your name on it. One question per sticky note, put it up on the board, and we'll see what kind of questions you guys come up with. And as we stick them up there, and they're very excited to walk up and stick them up there, the activity part of it actually helps bring them out of their seats and engaged in what we're doing. And they find that, or I found that they actually have more than one question. They'll do multiple sticky notes. We'll start organizing them, and they'll get to see, wow, other students have similar questions to my questions. And you can't tell which student asked which question, so they don't feel nervous to go public with what they want to know. So we organize them. We come out with maybe 2 or 3 main questions that we're going to focus on. And then I like to tell the students, this is why you guys get to drive our lessons, because we're going to focus on the questions that you have asked, and not every class is going to have the same questions. So we're going to investigate the things that you want to know specifically. You guys are going to get to drive where we go next in our lessons. This helps them all feel like they have ownership in the learning. We also did a virtual version. I got really used to Jamboard during 2020 when we were doing some hybrid learning. So you can see this was our pendulum phenomenon that we started. And we did a virtual driving question board, and they can post using Jamboard. They can post all their sticky notes, and there's a lot of questions here. And you can see these are not categorized yet, but they are able to do this virtually as well as in person. So this kind of makes it equitable for anyone who's not able to be there right in my classroom. Oops. Pardon me, I'm still, okay, there we go. All right, so my summary table. This is where we take everything from our lessons and we put it in one place. This is really helpful for students who have a hard time organizing things in their mind. And it also is helpful for later when they're going to draw models and they're going to really explain the phenomenons. So these summary tables, I have the students, I print them out, the students put them in their journal, and we fill them out together. The students are able to keep track as we go of all of our labs and what they observe, what we have figured out, and then they connect it back to our original phenomenon. So these have been really helpful in the classroom, helping the students keep track of their learning, being able to go back and reference it. I feel like this is also it's preparing them for their futures, because as professionals, we have to write everything down. We can't remember all of these things in our brain all the time. And it's good for students to get examples of how to organize, because later in life, they're definitely going to need that. Here's an example of a final model that a group of my students did for their light waves and color when we focused a lot on the rainbow. So you can see that this model has a lot of words on it. This was a group of students who came in really not interested in science. They felt like they weren't good at it. They were hard to engage in the classroom. This was a group that was one of my challenge groups. And you can see they really got into it. They brought in things from their summary table. They brought in aspects from things they learned from all of our labs. And they were able to use the summary table to help them create this final model of a rainbow. This is another example of how I make things equitable. I allow the students to bring their own interests into our work. So if a student is interested in Harry Potter, they can create a Harry Potter water cycle. If If a student is interested in sports, they can bring sports into our science as well. So that I feel like that's very important, building those relationships, getting to know your students, and that helps them feel like they matter in your classroom. Okay. I think I just stopped sharing. Yep. The last few things that I wanted to say is when I was thinking about equity in the classroom and when I was considering what are some of the things that make my classroom equitable, I was thinking that not only are the students on different planes as far as their demographics, their ethnicities, maybe even the language they speak, but achievement is going to look different for each student. So we have to meet them where they are as far as what they're trying to achieve in our classroom. For a certain student, it might be that they really struggle with the content and we meet them where they are with content. I have another student, or I'm going to give you an example of a student in my classroom, and he really struggles with speaking out, with group work, with wanting to be involved in the conversation. The student is a model student as far as academics are concerned. You give this student the rubric and he can do it 100%. But when you tell this student you're going to work together to create a model, that student sort of shrinks back. So by getting to know that student really well, I've figured out how to reach them to help them be successful in my classroom and what they really need to achieve. So what I've done, first you can sort of tailor lessons to allow the student to work independently, to allow them to be in their comfort zone. But you have to be able to pull them out of that comfort zone so that they can make progress in where they need to go. So the first thing we started out with in my classroom was discussing norms in the classroom. So we created kind of like the driving question board, but this time half of my screen was, or half of the board was, what things make you feel equal, heard, valued in the classroom. The other half was what things make you feel unequal, not listened to, or not confident in the classroom. And they put sticky notes up and they were all anonymous, just like the driving question board. And I read them out loud, and the students really got to see that they share a lot of the same fears, and they can look around the room and see there's students from all different races in my classroom. There's students from different learning levels. There's students from different levels of affluence, but they all have the same fears in my class. And that's a huge help, especially for students who really don't want to speak up. Then what I would do is when we would do group work, I would create roles inside the groups. And then that student who was a little bit quiet that I have, who is actually really good at art, that student's role would be to sketch the model. And this way I've created a comfort zone for that student within the group where they can participate in the group, feel confident, maybe get a little bit of praise from their fellow students about how good they are as an artist, and probably start to chip away at their fear of going public in front of others. So that's what I thought was really important to bring up, is that not only are we trying to find equity in our classroom for students from different socioeconomic levels and from different races and different backgrounds, we also need to make sure that we are attending to what the students' challenges are individually. And I think that teachers just do it naturally. And for me, it took me a while to come around to that, because I've always just kind of done that organically. But when I started thinking about it, I thought, wow, there is a name for this, for what we're doing here. I think that's about it. Oh, I also have a pet snake. That students love him. I pass him around. They're all terrified of him at first, and then they start getting used to him. They're all involved in taking care of him. And the students who are like, oh my God, no, I could never have a snake ever, ever. By the end of the year, they're saying to me, I'm going to ask my mom for a snake.
Thank you, Fallon. And I left Peter Cowley for last, but again, another great teacher. And Peter is actually a facilitator for me. He's doing facilitation with Open SciEd. So Peter.
Hi, everybody. I'm Peter Kelly, and I'm trying to share my screen at the moment. I'm a 7th grade science teacher at Brandywine Springs School. And I teach 7th grade, and my school is also a K-8 school like Bancroft. And we started the middle school program in 2006. We added 6th grade, 2007, we had 7th grade, and then 2008, we added 8th grade. And I want to make sure I talk about some of the things about equity. I think, what equity means to me is trying to create a learning environment that reduces all the barriers for everybody. It's not just creating relationships between teachers and students. I think it's also important to create relationships between students and students. In the middle school level, our ego, the ego for students, in middle school is that, and some of the feelings is that everyone's looking at me, and the ego is very fragile, like an insecure emperor. It hates to admit that it's made a mistake, but in my classroom, you need to create something, a safe place for students to have an opportunity to take intellectual risk, and they're not afraid to make a mistake. And it's developing the community that's really quite important for everyone to access the science curriculum. I think the phenomena-based is the most engaging. I think it also brings everyone to talk about the same experience, and providing that experience in your classroom, where you can't just, say, has anyone ever been to the beach, or has anyone ever been on vacation? You have to have those experiences within the classroom, because it cuts down the barriers for everybody. And then I also do the driving question boards in my room. And I think the key to the driving question board is that it personalizes the curiosity, because that's really the feeling that you're trying to stimulate, and the emotion that you're trying to stimulate when you present that phenomenon. And to have it personalized for everybody, that they have their own post-it note or post-it notes and their own note in for it for their things. It ensures learners can fully communicate and figure out what they want to know. The program I created was an online plant community. It is a experimental hydroponic garden where growing variables are tracked school day to school day. So my program grows an experimental garden indoors where variables are tracked on school days and published to a website. Students grow, document, sustain an indoor experimental garden where variables such as light, water, and plant nutrients can be manipulated to optimize growing conditions. Plant data is published on a website where students and the public can go to optimize their indoor hydroponic garden. So I too am doing hydroponic gardening. The benefit of hydroponic gardening is, first of all, you can do it all school year, and you can do it indoors. I think one of the challenges for school gardens is that the growing season is only, late fall or early fall, and, late spring, where you can get some cold crops in. The plant community, I think, is an important part of my curriculum because everybody eats. Everyone has to eat. So it brings everyone in, everyone's interested in it. And it also promotes healthy lifestyles. It makes sure that everybody has some interactions with nature. In my plant community, I also have students tracking data day to day, and part of my program publishes that information to a website so that other hydroponic growers can get the same information and optimize their growing. Students are the ones that are driving this garden. They are the ones that come up with the experiment that we're going to run that growing season. They're the ones that are taking track of all the data and doing our garden farm chores. And they are the ones that are publishing the information to the website and then analyzing the data after we're done. I think if teachers want students to understand an idea thoroughly, they have to have an opportunity for them to provide them with multiple opportunities to explain the concepts. And because students are tracking this day to day, they have plenty of opportunity to communicate this. The other part about my online plant community is that, excuse me, students have to sometimes help each other. Sometimes students are absent, or I might have an online tutorial of how to measure the water temperature, and they forget how to do that because when their farm chore comes up, 2 weeks later, they forget. I have a philosophy or a motto in my classroom that you have the right to ask for help and the duty to provide it to others. And with that motto and that philosophy, students are very eager to make sure that everyone knows how to do the water temperature or the air temperature or the conductivity of the nutrients in the water. And that's all I have to say. I don't know if I ran out of time or ran short on time.
You're good, Peter. We actually
right.
have some questions for the whole panel. And thank you, Fallon, Peter, and Karen. Great. I feel like a proud science mom right now. I'm so proud of all three of you. So thank you so much. John, you had a few questions you wanted to ask.
I do. Thank you, Tanya. And thanks to our educators. That was phenomenal. You just made me miss the classroom on like a really tremendous level. I have two questions. And so what I'd like to do is I'd actually like to pose both and then let you each decide which of the two you would like to answer in the interest of time. So I'll ask both questions, and then Tanya, if you can just walk us through each of the panelists to then provide their response, that would be fantastic. So the first question is, if you could pick the top two ways that employers and community-based organizations could support STEM equity in schools and classrooms, what would those two ways be? So that's the first question. What are the top two ways that employers, right, our businesses in Delaware and community-based organizations can support STEM equity in classrooms? What would those be? And the second question is, how can we take what you shared today and the really great instruction happening in our classrooms and connect that to career awareness and exploration and supporting students in selecting the correct occupational areas or career pathways as they advance through school? So again, that second one is, right, how do we bridge this really great work into supporting students with a career awareness and exploration and picking the right career pathways and post-secondary trajectories to get them into the workforce?
Two really good questions.
Thanks. That's why you asked me to be here, right?
Yeah. And I see a connection with you and I and your new person. I'm going to give you about a minute to think about that, panel. And actually, whoever wants to speak first, because I know sometimes it takes time to put your thoughts together. And that's part of equity, giving students plenty of time, and teachers to think it out. And I'm seeing Dr. Austin is putting in there, actually coming into the school as mentors and role models, as well as making direct connections to the content and the workplace. So we're actually getting some responses from people that are participating in the conference.
And I'd love to just make sure the attendees know, I just completely blindsided our panelists. There was no prep here. So you're getting an authentic reaction to really hard questions in the run of show. So panelists, I really appreciate you kind of indulging me, putting you on the spot.
I could comment real quickly on the second question. Actually, I had a reaction to both, but the second question, with connecting instruction in the classroom to career awareness and bridging that gap where how does my interest here lead to opportunities outside. One thing that my district does that I love is the high school has modeled itself a little bit around a vocational school where there's your core classes, but then there are also pathways. So students get an opportunity to experience real jobs, real careers, and what they look like. A student can choose as a freshman what their interests are, and they try out maybe 4 or 5 of the pathways. And then as a sophomore, they pick 2 and they focus in depth on those 2. And the pathways go all the way from farming to animal raising and around agriculture and animal production. And then it gets into economics, investing. They teach students how to go on a job interview. They have art pathways available, theater pathways available. They have STEM pathways available where they start to get into coding. And I think that really shows students that, or it starts to prepare students for life outside of the classroom while they're still in high school, which I think is amazing. They also will give opportunities for students to already have a head start, so they can get college credit. They can actually graduate from high school with a CNA if they're interested in nursing. So they already have a head start and they hit the ground running right as they graduate. And I think as a middle school teacher, for me, it's important for me to start asking them what they enjoy and giving them opportunities to experience that. And then challenging them in other areas to see if maybe that's also something that they're interested in. So bringing new things into their life at the same time as pushing them to engage in the things they really love. Because in the end, that's what will make them really happy and interested, is if they're able to focus on a field that they really enjoy. So I think that's how I like the way that my district kind of prepares them to move forward.
Other panelists?
I can go next, Tanya and John. I think I'm going to tackle the first question you asked, John, the 2 different ways, but I think it's also important just to address a few things so you understand why I'm answering it that way. I think Tanya mentioned earlier about systems. So it's really important that we can't let systems get in the way of changing the system. To make it more equitable for all students. We really have to also move to a place where we can make our schools places of joy, peace, and healing. And we do that by listening to the voices of our students, their families, and the communities we serve, and making sure they have a seat at the table. So there's some work being done in Delaware. This past year, there's been a lot of community engagement sessions across the city of Wilmington where we've been able to listen to the voices of our school-age children, all the way from elementary to our high school siblings, our homeless youth in the city of Wilmington, as well as parents and family members, grandparents, and members of the community through the work of the Wilmington Learning Collaborative. And there's been hundreds of sessions. So the Wilmington Learning Collaborative through the governor's office is really going to help put a concentrated focus on the needs of our students and our families, to really bring a concentrated focus on the fragmentation of supports and services available to families. And I mention that because I'm not sure if you're familiar with Chris Edmond and Hip Hop Ed, but he recently in one of the podcasts, amazing podcasts and sessions, if you follow him on Twitter, mentioned the line that they changed my, changed my chaos because they believed in me. So I think there's things that we have to address around equity in our schools, especially around opportunities given to our students. So I mentioned that, John, because when you asked me two ways, if I have a couple minutes, I just want to share some of the feedback from some of our students across different grade levels in the community, and it'll lead to why I'm choosing those two things. So over the last year, we've had hundreds of engagement sessions to listen to the voices of students. And our high school youth shared that they wanted more opportunities outside of their schools. They shared a need to focus on more mental health supports, address teacher biases, and also advocated for their teachers because of fast-paced schedules and wanted more time with their teachers. We had Muslim communities share stories in the city of Wilmington about improving their children's school experience, needing translators. And I know that was one of the initial questions Tanya and John had about how we're connecting to all students and making things equitable in our classroom and schools. And community members wanted, one of the things they shared is really seeing the impact of programs and funds that are coming through schools. So with the hydroponic system and the Learning Undefeated program that was funded by AstraZeneca, those are things that have, there shows the impact to students, shows how that's being funneled down to the classroom. So when it comes to partnerships and things outside of our schools, really connecting them to our high school youth shared opportunities outside of schools, more opportunities. So that's one of them, to get students out of the school building and to really connect with the world around them and experience things. Just in the city of Wilmington, our students recently, through funding again, were able to go to the Kalmar Nickel this past week and took which is just less than a mile from our school. And for many of them, it was their first time ever going. They got to go on the ship and actually leave on the water and experience that as well too. So I think when listening to our youth in the city, it's really taking their voices, their experiences, and really taking action on them. I also, on his podcast, Chris Edmond, they're truly amazing. Another teacher shared that the word listen also spells silent. So you have to just stop and listen to the voices and experiences of our students and their families, even our homeless youth. I mean, making Delaware a housing first state where we start removing some of the barriers for our families. Something as easy to some of us is having clothes for school. Our homeless youth don't always have that when they're leaving a school with uniforms and then they have to attend a high school. They don't have that opportunity to be able to have what they need. So it's up to us in the community and across the state to change some of the things that we have in place to make things more accessible for our families and students, and to remove some of the chaos that they're experiencing so that schools can become more places of joy and peace and healing for our students. So really partnering with those across Delaware and seeing what we can do to break down some of those barriers is one. And also just more opportunities for students to leave the school building and experiencing things outside of school, and also what can we bring into the schools that can be sustainable and last year after year. So thank you.
Peter, we have about 2 minutes, so I know you haven't had.
Okay.
Sorry, Peter.
I'll speak quickly. All those ideas are great, so I'm glad to listen to your idea. I think supporting classrooms and getting more students in STEM involves humanizing science. Many times science facts are just, come from up high, and they, this is where you have to learn, where you need to humanize the science behind it. And one of the things I've done in my classroom is I use my Delaware educator card from my Delaware library, and I get I think I got like 64 books on science biographies from a diverse amount of people. Every kind of thing you can think of from every scientist. Any minority scientists I could find. I think, as far as book publishing would go, it'd be great to have more science biographies on more diverse scientists. Because if you actually look into like the Delaware Library catalog, it's, old dead white guys. Also, thinking about some of the ways that industry has supported my school before is paying for field trips. I know one field trip I've gone on was to JP Morgan Chase, to the technology center on I think it's Powder Mill Road. And we got to go in, and they did all these things about coding. They showed us, people that worked there, and, really brought computer science as a career field for those students. And then earlier in my career, I also went on a field trip that was completely sponsored, was to the Boxwood Road automotive plant, which was incredible to see, cars coming off the line, and how much work and STEM is involved in engineering, from the raw material to when it rolls off the line at the end. So having those students see the people that work there, getting a chance to know them and understand, what career path they had, I think, humanizing the science is important. I also think that science, when we're developing science and scientists, engineers, mathematicians, you have to also teach critical thinking. Science facts are changeable. Science facts are look-upable. And you need to make sure that we are teaching the science changes, and Pluto's no longer a planet. There's more than 5 kingdoms of life. That's just in my career. And if students are not critical thinkers, or you're not teaching critical thinking, then you're not really creating the scientists of tomorrow.
If I can add just one thing, and I finally found the article, I sent it to a few people, that in 2025, it's estimated that there's going to be 3.5 million STEM jobs to be filled, and we're not going to be filling them. And part of it, the problem is those jobs we don't even know what those jobs are. So trying to prepare students for those jobs that we don't even know what they're going to be. With climate change and solar power and nuclear power. So what skills do we need to prepare these students for the future when we don't even know? So what Peter just said, problem solving, working as a team, those crucial skills, soft skills, are very important. Being globally connected, because you don't, as a scientist, or Terry Quinn knows, Terry's all over the world. You have to know different languages. You have to understand different cultures. That's really, really important. So it's exciting times. I'm excited, and I want kids to be excited about STEM. But I have a really cool article that I'll drop into the chat that you need to read, and that science and math isn't separate and biology isn't separate. It's all interconnected now, which is a really fun time. So John, I'm going to turn it over to you to close out.
Yeah, thanks, Tanya. Actually, I want to share a couple comments, right, and thoughts with you all, and a quick paraphrase of what I heard, right? So as we think about STEM equity, at the core of it is our shared humanity, right? As educators, as students, but in general, right, our shared humanity. Finding ways to recognize and bring that forward in knowing our learners, their interests, their goals in life, and then figuring out how, to Karen's point, as a community, we address those things together is really the core and the strategy in terms of STEM equity, especially in the state of Delaware, right? But nationally and globally. And I always think it's interesting, and Tanya knows this, I think, better than anybody else. I'm regularly asked to be in this STEM space. I'm really what I consider to be a STEM convert. I did not enjoy science, technology, engineering, or math in school at all. It's not to say I didn't have nice teachers or knowledgeable teachers. I just didn't get it. And I grew up in a family. I have an uncle that worked at Microsoft in upper management, developing things you're very familiar with in your daily life. An uncle that worked at HP, right, doing similar things and with digital and hard drives and computers. A brother who works for a global bank that's headquartered in Delaware, right? I didn't pick up any, and my dad was an electrical engineer. I got none of that until I was in my 20s in college, when I met some friends that turned me on to the outdoor world and environmental ed, and it just exploded for me, right? But I still don't get the technical conversations that we have, but people help me fall in love with STEM through another avenue. And that avenue is something you all named today. And it's the power of wow. Because wow, it's a word, but it's an emotion, right? And it's not the outcome, it's the catalyst for what we're doing, right? And so as we kind of think about next steps and where we go, I want to share something I've shared with many of you before, but I want to reinforce it in terms of our work in CTE in Delaware. The goal is really making sure that every Delawarean can enter a career that's meaningful for them, right? It's going to allow them to live a life that they're not worried about their next paycheck. They're not worried about being able to upskill and cross-skill and find another job, right, when that moment comes. But most importantly, I think it's something that brings them joy and that they feel like they were able to contribute to a better society, right, and to their communities in a way that's meaningful for them, right? So when I think about equity, that's what I think about, right? It's not about us, it's about the learners that we're working with today, and what is the world they want to create? What is the world they want to live in? And how do we help them all get to that space by helping them realize that STEM is everywhere and it's in every single thing that we do and that touches every moment of their life. And I think you're the group to do it. And I'm always excited to join you all in this space. So Tanya, I'll hand back to you all to wrap up, but just thank you all so much for how much you care about those that we serve and what you're doing to truly make our society and world a better place. We're going to accomplish it together. And I honestly believe the next generation is going to make this world much better than the one they've inherited from us. And it's because of your efforts and commitment in this space. So I thank you as a parent of a 10-year-old little boy who loves math, and I have no idea how to help him, but he loves it. And I thank you as a fellow educator as well. So my heart, right? Thank you all very much.
I just want to finish up and say thank you again, and thank you for teaching to our Delaware students. And thank you for giving up your Saturday to be here. We're going to turn it back to you, Daniel.
Now I'm unmuted. All right. Yes, no, I completely agree with that sentiment. It's always wonderful and always heartening to see so many wonderful educators doing so many wonderful things and giving up their time when I know they've had a very busy week on a Saturday to come and join us for these conversations. Thank you all for that wonderful panel. We'll be moving on directly to our 1020 panel on higher education STEM educators, and I'll hand it off to the co-leaders, Tina Mitchell and Milton Muldrow.
All right. Morning, everyone.
Morning.
How's things going?
So far, so good. How are you guys?
Good, good. Milton, are you with me? I saw you.
I'm here. Can you all hear me?
Yes.
All right, I need to switch.
All right.
There we go. There we go. So we wanted to thank you all for coming out this morning again to kind of celebrate STEM equity and the importance of it. For me, the importance of it in fostering environments in our K-12 classrooms and our higher ed classrooms so that we can continuously increase the diversity in our teacher pathways in these areas. So what we wanted to do today was to just spend some time speaking from a higher ed perspective on different things that we are doing to consider STEM equity in our practices, and in particular, from my end, for getting students to become more involved in STEM and in producing a more diverse workforce for the education field in general. Milton, you want to introduce yourself?
My name is Milton Muldrow. I'm the Director of Natural Sciences at Wilmington University. I have an exciting panel for you all today. Brought in a couple of folks. One is Dr. Charles Granger from the University of Missouri, St. Louis. Dr. Granger has a lot of experience managing, really big science programs that engage both college students and K-12. So I'm excited to hear his perspective on how we can expand interest in STEM among students of all kinds, as well as Dr. Dwight Higgin, who is an assistant professor at the University of Delaware. He's also an associate director of diversity at Delaware NASA's space grant. So again, very much looking forward to his perspective as well. And with that said, given the time, we can probably get started. I think we're going to get started with the DSU folks. Tina?
Yep. So I failed to introduce myself. My name is Tina Mitchell, and I am an assistant professor at Delaware State University, and I am also the coordinator for a Master of Arts in Teaching program. And with me today is my colleague, who is a chemist, Dr. Kimberly Milligan. And Kimberly, you want to introduce yourself? Because we're going to talk together, kind of.
Good morning, everyone. How are you? I first want to just say thank you for inviting me here. I have been so inspired just by listening to Karen, Fallon, Peter. You all have no idea the impact you have on students, and I wish I had teachers like you when I was younger. So keep up the great work. Keep inspiring those students, even when they don't want to listen. So I say that because I came into education backwards, right? So I am the co-chair of student success at Delaware State University, associate professor. I'm also the director of the water quality lab that is newly NELAB accredited. And I am the director of the hemp analysis laboratory at Delaware State University. So just by sheer name alone of hemp, I have the largest lab in the chemistry department because my students think they're working with marijuana. Well, they're working with a close cousin, but whatever brings them, that's all that matters, right? We got to get them in first, and then we just teach them. And so Education became a passion of mine, I would say, when I was forced into teaching. So in graduate school, there was limited funding for me to receive a scholarship. I didn't have the highest grades as an undergrad. And so I say to many of you, and I thank you educators, that it doesn't have to be a 4.0 student that you inspire. You know, many of our 2.0, 2.5 students have something to offer. They just didn't have somebody who believed in them. And I could be here for days telling you about stories of teachers who didn't believe in me. And what it did was it turned something on in me. And so my first year in graduate school, I had to teach a nursing chem course, and I was absolutely terrified. But I can tell you what I took away from that was it turned on a passion in me for education. And so I received my doctorate in content, which is chemistry, right? But then I started taking these classes and these trainings in education because what I wanted to do was inspire Black and Brown students to have an interest or know that they can do STEM. And so it was awakened by me. It was awakened by faculty members who had believed in me and encouraged me to go on to grad school. And so I don't want you to think that your work is for nothing. You're touching someone in some way. And so I just thank you again for inviting me to be here.
Thank you, Kimberly. So one of the things that that I was asked when coming onto this panel was, you know, what turned you on to STEM? And I was fortunate to go to a really good school system in southeastern Pennsylvania when I was a child, and I did well in classes, but I was quite invisible. Like, I went to school with kids who didn't look like me. And I was the little Black girl from the projects who was good at math. And so it was easy for me to hide, maybe not physically because I physically stood out, but I was silent. And I was invited to attend a summer actuarial program at Howard University, my junior going into my senior year in high school. And there were all of these kids there who looked like me, who were bright, who were smart, who were energized. And these people at this university like took us in and really awakened that spirit in us to become something that I never even heard of. I never even knew what an actuary was until I went to this program. And that was a real turning point for me in my career trajectory, in my life, and how things turned out for me in terms of like where I am now. And I think that one of the things that's really cool about those experiences is it helps students, Black and Brown students, feel comfortable to be smart. And a lot of times that opportunity doesn't exist for our kids. And so when I came to DSU, I have a colleague who is also in the education department. He has said, "Oh, I found this friend in the science department." And I was like, "Oh, we got a new friend," and so that introduction to Kim and her team came about through a summer camp that they were running through a National Institute of Health grant that they received to bring in middle school students, primarily Black and Brown students, to talk about or learn about water remediation. So Kim's team and my team from the education department partnered. We joined their partnership, and we really focused on the professional development side of the classroom teachers. And Kim's team really focused on the science instruction, right? So what needed to be taught And we had such an amazing experience. And that's kind of what Kim and I are going to talk about today. Kim, you want to talk a little bit?
Yeah, so a few years ago, we wrote this grant. It's a SEPA grant from NIH, and it's called B2 Cars. And so what we're doing is we're bringing in middle schoolers. And right now I'm going to invite everyone, or every one of you, to let your students know they're welcome. It's a summer program. It's 2 to 4 weeks in the summer. And the theme is water remediation. And what students, how we could get students involved with a real problem and solving this real problem. And so over this period of 2 weeks, students are introduced to chemistry techniques, bioinformatics, and using microbiology to kind of solve a water remediation issue. So they build water filters. And so we're really big on forcing them to give us what their ideas are. So we don't tell them how to build the filters. We kind of give them a little bit of training, and we kind of tell them, we introduce them to a little bit of chemistry, a little bit of microbiology. And by the end of that 4-week, that 2 to 4 week program, students actually create these water filters, and they're able to detect whether the water, they test the water pre-filtration and post-filtration. And so they're able to detect if they've been able to kill bacteria and remove heavy metals from water. And so one of the things that I jotted down from the earlier talks was, using this hydroponics. And so I think it would be really cool if we could introduce hydroponics and using hemp to clean water. Preliminary data is out there to show that the plant is a super plant. And one of the things that it has the ability to do is to remove bacteria and heavy metals from water. So I would love to team up with Karen and Peter to find out if we could put a project together like that. And we would have the middle school students take charge of that activity or that project and take ownership of it.
Perfect. And on our side, we actually trained the teachers on delivering the instruction. And what was most powerful about that experience was not that we came into a room and we sat down and we taught teachers who already know how to teach, but it was a job embedded learning experience for the teachers, because we were actually able to provide them in-time professional development. So as they were teaching, they could share with each other, oh, maybe you should try this, or maybe you should do that. And then we always ended each day talking about how did the teaching and learning go. So it was an experience that was awesome for the students, but it was also awesome for the classroom teachers. And we wanted to present this story to you because these types of programs exist at higher ed, on higher ed campuses all over the country. And so it's how do we take advantage of them? When teachers get these notices in their mailboxes of, oh, do you have kids who would benefit from, and we toss them? No, don't toss them. Because there are great experiences for kids, and in particular Black and Brown kids who don't usually have these opportunities. And it's free. So it's no cost to anyone. It's free. And we pay the teachers. So they get paid, the kids get a free experience, and it's a win-win. And we're transforming lives, right? And this is happening across the country. And so what we want to put out there is the idea of go search for these programs at your local schools, right? UD has these programs, Del State has these programs. I can't speak for WilmU, but Milton can speak to what they're doing over at WilmU. But these programs exist, and we have to help teachers, help kids take advantage of them.
Absolutely.
Yeah, one of the issues is getting students involved in these programs. There surely is no shortage of opportunities out there in K-12 and undergrad to get engaged And one of the questions is how do we make those connections between K-12 and higher ed? And certainly it's interesting to hear some of the projects you guys have going on. Dr. Granger, would you like to talk about some of your experiences and ideas in bridging the gap?
Certainly. One of the programs that we've found very effective is what we call STARS, Students and Teachers as Research Scientists. It was originally funded by the National Science Foundation for 5 years, but typically the National Science Foundation says after 5 years, if it's such a good program, you ought to be able to find money to support it yourself, which we were able to do through Monsanto, Pfizer, and the universities. It's a consortium of universities. It's the Washington University in St. Louis University, and the University of Missouri, St. Louis, which is kind of unusual in itself that 3 different organizations, a higher of education, come together to work together to involve this mission of getting young students interested. The program has had about 3,500, a little over 3,500 students go through it. The very disappointing basic idea is that they will go to the universities of their choice with a particular mentor, a particular scientist, and work on a project for 6 weeks. The culmination of that is a research paper that they deliver orally. And typically a teacher comes along with them, and the teacher also works in that laboratory, but generates a curriculum that's based on that particular concept or that particular research idea. The end result is that over, I don't know what we've had it, what, 25 years now, I think. We have these letters of individuals from all walks of life saying how wonderful that particular experience was, opened their eyes to what science really was like, and not a series of memorization activities. I would like to spend my time, however, talking about what I've observed in my non-majors class. Sort of a switch here. And if anybody's interested in that STARS program, I'd be glad to send you all the information on it if you want to start something similar to that. Been very exciting. But the thing that bothers me is why don't we get more students involved in STEM activities? Or why don't students want to be STEM majors? There's been a lot of work on this. I've done this sort of on my own because I have this large non-majors class that ranges from 900 students to 75 students, depending on how it's offered. And I asked this question, why did, because it baffles me, why these people aren't all interested in math and in science, technology, engineering. We do offer an engineering program. I should probably say something about UMSL, the University of Missouri, St. Louis. It's a relatively new school, about 55 years old. It's an urban organization. It has about 15,000 students, along with advanced credit opportunities for high school kids to take courses on their own campuses. It's about 53% female, 47% male, about 17% Black, which actually is a little higher than the indigenous population of African Americans in the St. Louis area. About 5% Hispanic, and most of them, about 89%, are from the local area. 70% now are community college transfers, but only about 2% of those individuals that we have are hard science majors. A lot of people in nursing and optometry, which you could argue is science, or you could argue that it isn't really science, it's more of a technology kind of activity. But the question I ask them is, why did you choose science or a STEM career? What inhibited you from doing that? And number one, for what, a decade and a half, say they don't feel capable. They're not good in science or math. I don't have a math gene. Somehow that escaped me. they become frustrated with the courses that they see. Their self-perception as a scientist is just not there. Chemistry seems to be one of those weed out courses for most of them. They don't seem to have trouble with biology, but chemistry and physics, if they take it, seem to be weed out courses. The second highest statement is they wanted a helping career of some sort, maybe in allied health, nursing, social work, psychology. And they don't seem to understand that science is, in fact, a helping career. And third, they think the rigor is just beyond them. And again, referring to chemistry and math. This is in an order that I found out their ideas. And then fourthly, they wanted a normal family life. Now, I guess that means they want to have children, and they don't see that compatible with science and technology. I'm not sure exactly why. I know it's difficult, but that doesn't mean it can't be overcome. The fifth was they thought it was boring, no interest, just not my passion to be involved in science is apparently the way we teach it. And then six, they actually don't see themselves as being a scientist. Their self-perception doesn't lead them that way. And then seven, peer pressure. What does that mean? I'm not quite sure. Is that the other members of their social group doesn't seem to think science is something that they ought to be engaged in. And eighth, which surprised me again, is they wanted something that was more creative, more flexible in their career path. And then 9 was length of preparation, and just too long for me to spend time doing that when I can go out and make a fairly decent living without going through all that 5 or 6 years of preparation. And then 10 was they did not know about science STEM careers. They just didn't know what they were and what was available to them. All of those bother me, and there were others too that they said, but not as nearly as often as the top 10 that I just listed. What are we doing wrong there? And some people say, well, you know, I really don't know. Maybe it's a role model, absence of role model. But a lot of these, not a lot, but some of them say, well, I have an uncle that's doing this. I have an aunt that's into the chemistry and so on down. I have some of my family members are teachers of science. But they don't seem to know what the definition of science is. They don't seem to know what a scientist looks like. One of the other activities that many of you, I think, have probably tried is ask your students to draw their perception of what a scientist might look like. And I would say 99% of them are white, gray hair or bald, glasses, have a white coat on. Very rarely do you see a female in a drawing from both females and males. But that also is alarming, I think, in this day and age. Might have worked 50 years ago or 60 years ago, but certainly not now. Then I also asked science majors, why did you get into science? And the number one thing that they say is a teacher influenced me or a role model influenced me, particularly in middle school. That's kind of scary too. It's scary that it puts a burden on us, particularly as teachers, to make sure that they do feel comfortable in science and doing science. And then number 2 is peers. Friends think it's a great thing to do. I should do it too. Relatives and parents come in third. And then fourthly, they wanted a helping career. But one of the things they don't put down is, I want to be a science teacher. That is scary. And a couple of the panelists here already said, well, I wanted to be a scientist, then I turned into a teacher. And some of us do that, particularly myself too. But just not saying I want to be a teacher And not relating teaching to a helping career is puzzling. And then number 5, and I think this is what you've been addressing, is that they really got involved in some kind of extracurricular activity, a science club, a science fair, some kind of competition that got them turned on, and some kinds of experiences that they didn't have in their school. Number 7 is outside mentor, somebody that grabbed a hold of them and said, "Gee, you know, you're talented. I'd like to see you do this." A minister is sometimes quoted in those responses. They wanted to be creative. And then number 10, and sometimes this is a little higher in some years, they want to save the world. And that's what they think scientists are going to do, I guess, cure cancer and everything else, which hopefully will happen, but it's kind of pie in the sky if you don't have the background to support that. So this is the thing that bothered me a lot. Why is this dichotomy? And then how do we bring that dichotomy together somewhere along the line so that non-science majors appreciate and maybe even decide to go into science later on in their careers, or vice versa, with respect to science majors. I don't know if we have any questions related to that, but it really is a question that I've been struggling with. And one of the things that Milton has asked about is these extracurricular activities. Just cut me off whenever you want. Just raise your hand. Let's see, stop. But this STARS program started out real simple, where we invited students from a low economic area, which UMSL is located in, a town called Normandy, actually, and bring them in after school. We used to have 24 students because that's the way the labs are set up. And we would do all kinds of interesting experiments and lab testing kinds of techniques and so on. And that would last about 4 weeks in the summer. Then that mushroomed into what we called the George Engelman Institute, where we brought students in, which had a strong academic component where they would take courses in statistics, learning, psychology, that sort of thing. Something that they wouldn't have in their regular normal coursework. That was ran for about 5 or 6 years, and then it morphed into STARS.
And just to interject, I appreciate you sharing all your experiences, particularly your observations over time, and how you might have seen things change or not change over time, and as well as the STARS program, and how that program influences students to go to the next level. Given time, I guess we'll hear from Dr. Higgin. Like I said, Dwight, I kind of introduced you, but you can introduce yourself as well. And
before I leave, Milton, I just want to make sure that everybody can contact me, and I'll send all the STARS information to them, the programs and whatever else you might be interested in. It's just Granger@umsl.edu.
And if you could drop that information in the chat, that might be helpful as well.
Sure.
I appreciate it.
Oh, so thank you so much. It was nice to hear from you, Dr. Granger, and also Dr. Mitchell and Milligan. I am really excited to sort of be in this discussion about STEM and STEM education, and was invited and jumped right to the opportunity by Dr. Muldrow. I used to teach for him at Wilmington University, and now I'm at University of Delaware in the Associate in Arts program. And what's really fascinating about my story about coming up in science is I had a sort of a really rocky road going from my high school education all the way up into where I am today. And I say that because I had no inkling, or I didn't know. My 8th grade science teacher said to me, "What do you want to do this summer?" And I was like, "I'm going to work at McDonald's, or I'm going to work at Wendy's or something." And she was like, "No, you're not." I was like, "Okay, I guess I'm not." And she put me on board with a science program, or I'm sorry, a summer internship at DuPont. And I did that for 3 years. I was like, this is what you guys do every day. I'm like, I'm going to do that. I'm going to do whatever it takes so I can come back and I can work here. And I think what that did is that really opened doors. It opened up avenues for me in my mind. I'm first generation American. My parents didn't know, oh, go to school. It seems like what everyone else is doing, do that. So I was like a front runner. I would always hear, you can't be what you can't see. And I was like, okay, I sort of understand that, but I don't have anyone in my family who were highly educated and this and that. So I had to kind of navigate this path by myself. And so what it really means is that kudos to all of our teachers out there, high school teachers and middle school teachers, that you're out there doing it. And I mean, I'm looking at your boards, I'm looking at all the things you're doing, and I'm like scratching my head, like, how many hours in the day do you have to do all of these things? I mean, it's like you're tap dancing, trying to get these kids to stay awake and stay alert and learn. But very much like kudos to you. As I went to college, my first experience in college, I got accepted. Absolutely, I got accepted in chemical engineering at University of Delaware. And my first experience, having no knowledge about what to do, I walked in to my advisor, who was like an advisor over 100 or some plus students, and she said, "Well, chemical engineering is very difficult. I don't think you should do that." That's exactly how she said it. And I was like, "Oh, okay." And she put me in some philosophy courses and some psychology courses and all of this. And what that did is that derailed, right? It took me 2.5 years to get back into science after that. And so what it means is that our children are very, very, they are very vulnerable. So, after a child graduates high school, middle school, the longitudinal study then begins. Okay, what are you doing? The communication is very necessary. And I think had my counselor said to me, "Oh, by the way, you're accepted in one of the top majors at the University of Delaware. Don't derail. These are the courses you need to take, go this way." And then it would have been implanted in my mind. But I'm glad for my journey, because it teaches me things that I'm going to pass on to the next generation. It's very, very important for me to sort of lay that out. And again, also to kudos to the teachers. My teacher was an influence to me, and I thought she was the meanest person in the world. I thought my chemistry teacher was the meanest person in the world, but she's the one who put me on the path to STEM. And it really says a lot. Like, I go back and like years after, I went back and I was like, hugged her, and like, you are the one who did this to me. Like, you are the one who put me on the path where I am now. Again, I am an assistant professor at in the Associated Arts. I'll just give you that website there. And here we have where students in the state of Delaware are able to come, funded by the SEED program, SEED funding. They can get their first 2 years of college. And so what we have sometimes are students who don't, or not ready necessarily to go into the big scene of college, and want small classes, save some money, and so on and so forth. And what I've found is that the pandemic has been a very major obstacle, and the students that we are seeing coming through our walls. And I'm sure everyone can sort of attest to that, is that year where students were online, and a lot of our students who were introverts went even deeper into introversion, if that's actually a word. And some of our students that were sort of extroverted kind of reverted back to like a more reserved. So getting students to participate and act in class became something that was a very big hurdle, especially this semester when we came back in person. And so one of the things that I did to sort of address this matter of equity is to, number one, meet the students where they are. And this is, I'm thinking about this in large whole of all underrepresented minorities, is that we need more women scientists. We need more disabled scientists. We need more black and brown. I agree with all of that, but it's like we need to address this as a whole. And so some of the times what I do, and especially just for an example, we're learning in genetics right now. I'm teaching about family and pedigrees and those kinds of things. And I says, okay, you know, I can teach you this and I can talk at you, but I would like you to take this and I would like you to apply it, right? So that direct application is going to have more value, more meaning for them, right? Go out and talk to your parents or talk to your family unit, members of your family unit, and determine how this science is directly relatable. Students are going to carry that for more years than it will be if I just throw information at them and they carry it away. Because now we also must know that students have a very diverse science education, right? Some of our students are coming from really high elite schools, and some of our students are coming just barely making it out of high school. So we have to sort of be thinking about this from a sort of multifaceted way. But when we teach our science, like one of the things that I believe it was Peter who mentioned this, and I love that word, and I think I'm going to snatch it, is humanizing science, right? You know, the first thing, and I used to teach math as well, and students would say, oh, I hate math. And so I would just flip it on them and say, okay, you hate math. Oh, yeah, you really hate it. All right, let's go down to the store and get 50% off of this. Do you like 50%? Do you like 75% off? And they're like, oh, yeah. And I'm like, well, how much is that, right? Oh, the shirt costs $50. It's 50% off. Well, how much is that? Oh, that's $25. You know, you can do, I'm like, that's math, right? But when we apply it in a way that is more meaningful to their experience, then what we're doing is we're removing, and that's, I say that the first day, I say, don't say you hate math, because as soon as you say that, you have just now put a block in your mind, and now you're going to actually believe this. So like, we need to sort of get the students out of thinking that there is a hurdle that needs to be jumped. We need to actually say, hey, there's this thing called science. It's all around you. It's very fascinating. It is who we are. Everything about us is science. And learning about that and teaching about that is very, very important. So the final thing I just want to mention, because I know we're pushing against the clock, is so some of the things that I've done extracurricular in that, as Dr. Modrow had mentioned, is my involvement with the Delaware Space Grant Consortium. Again, we're looking to increase our numbers of our students, undergraduate and graduate students in science and doing research. And I'm also a part of Delaware Space Observatory Center, which has just been recently funded, through legislation as just recently, like in the past month. And I really want to share a flyer. I'll throw it into the chat for anyone that is interested in us coming and bringing space science to you, to your classroom. We can work in any kind of collaboration that you think. We can help you with a lesson or whatever it may be, because at the end of the day, right, we want to remove as many barriers. I think someone mentioned this before, and it was almost like they took my notes and they were like, okay, I'm going to say everything on your notebook. And it's like, yeah, so what we want to do is we want to remove as many of these barriers as possible, right? Equity means we're going to level the playing field. How about this? How about we don't even call it a playing field? How about we just enhance what everyone has access to, right? So I just want to leave you all with that. And I want to make you all know that I'm available for any kind of conversation that you may have. And thank you very much for the time.
All right. Thank you, Dwight. And in the interest of time, I'll quickly share my story and perspective. At the end of the day, just a kid from Baltimore, Maryland. I always feel like a bad example because I feel like I was born with this innate curiosity in nature, combined with an innate stubbornness. So, in my mind, no one was ever going to tell me no. But given that a lot of my biggest influences came outside of science, came from an 8th grade social studies teacher who noticed a kid and said, "Hey, you're not living up to your potential," and like that just floored me. It devastated me. I felt like I was wasting my whole life when he said that. And this was at a parent-teacher conference, and I had my dad. I was worried about that too, but his just care and concern, it came from, a fifth grade teacher who said, told us we would have to work twice as hard to get noticed. Came from a, supervisor, administrator at National Science Foundation who noticed a young employee and said, who fought for me, and said, maybe this guy isn't where he belongs. Maybe he belongs in another role. She was an administrator, a non-science administrator. Didn't know me from Adam, but just noticed me and fought for me and developed a relationship. And so, a lot of times we simply focus on science. But if you're not a science teacher, if you're an administrator or principal, you can have just as much impact on students as the science teachers themselves. Because as Dr. Granger and Dwight and Kimberly and Tina have alluded to, this sense of who am I is so important. And when you're an adolescent or a college student, your confidence usually is not there. And so the slightest word can just really devastate or just encourage and inspire a student. As far as my work at WOMU, I'll quote Dr. Freeman Rabowski, who's one of my heroes who we just heard from. One of the things he says is the best way to learn science is to do science. Mm-hmm. And that's so obvious, but sometimes we forget that. And so I run an undergraduate lab as Dwight, I'm an associate director of Delaware Space Grant, and we've been involved with that for 6 years now, and it's been fantastic. I get as many students involved in it as I can. And my philosophy is problem-based learning combined with lack of initial prerequisite, meaning, hey, you in my Bio 2 class, you seem interested in XYZ, you want to come after school and work on a coral reef project. And they're like, what? Yeah, you might actually get money for it if you want to work throughout the summer. Money from who? NASA. How can I get a NASA grant? What are you talking about? So just showing interest. And number two, again, problem-based learning. I'm a big believer in that. Most of the students that come into the lab have no experience in corals or genetics, both of which we utilize. But we say we start with the broad problem. And like Dr. Granger said, students do want to save the world, and our mission is to save corals. And that seems unreasonable until you make them believe that something they do might have a meaningful impact. And so they can develop a passion from that, right? And that passion can be tied to, a number of things. It can be tied to the arts. One of our Space Grant students, she does the biological research, but she loves art and social media and video production. So she ties that in, right? Some love genetics, some love writing, and so on. And so no matter what your interest, we can always find a tie-in. And so if we start with the problem, then we allow students to engage their full imagination. They don't have the roadblocks of mathematics and lab skills. But once they develop an interest in the topic, they'll want to learn the math and lab skills in order to break down the barrier to get to solving the problem. It's just a way to get to the problem. A lot of times they're not even thinking about, I'm using a electroporator or whatever. It's like, yeah, we need one of those. Let's go that way. And then they start to develop ownership, and it's all involved with building this sense of who I am. And some of them have come in, I would say, really dejected. Flunked out of other schools. We get high flyers too, but we also get students that didn't do so well in their first biology course, and we really try to change a sense of who they are in science. And I can say that we've had several come in that way, dejected, but go on to work at pharmaceutical companies. Go to graduate school, and so on and so forth. And it was all around, most of it, I would say, centered around the sense of confidence, because, these students have a base level of intelligence that you can work from. and you can build around. So my philosophy is really built on that time. I work with these students usually for several years, depending on when they come in. And then coaching, I come from an athletics background, and I love coaching. And so, we talk about promptness, we talk about etiquette, we talk about, being on time and in these social responsibility things. And there's correction, right? It's like, look, you dropped the ball here. You're letting the team down. What's up? And we have tough conversations as well. So with that being said, I know time is tight, but I just want to thank all the panelists here, Dr. Milligan, Dr. Mitchell, Dr. Higgin, Dr. Granger, from joining in all the way from St. Louis. Thank you all for this great insight. I know I could probably speak for a lot of you. I'm excited to get back out there and work with my students.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks for the chance.
Thanks, Dwight.
Thanks to all the panelists, as well as the co-leaders, Tina Mitchell and Milton Mondreau. We're actually pretty good on time. We're 3 minutes over. We're going to go right to the 11:10 panel now with the co-leaders, Andrea Gardner and Matt Grable, kicking it off to talk about curriculum support organizations and their association with STEM equity.
All right, thank you so much. We're gonna start off with some stories here about OpenScience, and thank you so much to the previous panel. Man, I am all fired up right now. I hope you guys are gonna hang out, and hopefully we can be half as inspirational as the last panel was. We're super excited to talk about some resources that Delaware science teachers have available to them. We're gonna talk a little bit about OpenScience materials, and then also Discovery Ed is gonna hop on and bring in, make sure that you guys are aware of all these resources that are available for you to support you as you move toward equitable science education in your classrooms. And I'm going to be super fast, and I'm going to turn it over to some classroom teachers who are actually utilizing our materials, and let them tell you about the sort of impact that it can make in your classroom. So I also want to take just a quick moment to thank all the folks that made this possible. So the Delaware STEM Council and the Foundation for Science and Mathematics Education, Delaware Mathematics Coalition, Department of Education and Fame. Like, thank you guys for bringing these folks to the table. That was, again, really inspirational panel. The slides here are fully available to folks. And I'm saying that not because I have a lot of slides, because I have like 2, but after the slides, there's a full slide deck of information there. That if you're interested in learning more about OpenScience stuff, I just left a bunch of slides in there because we're not going to get to most of those things today. So you can also grab, if you've got your phone out and want to grab the QR code, that'll get you to the slides if you don't have time to type in the bit.ly, and I also dumped the bit.ly into the chat. So just super quick context about OpenScience. We are a nonprofit organization. And to all the panelists from this last session, talking about all the challenges in sort of pipeline for teaching and pipeline for science and education and science research. Like, I've been thinking about this a lot lately. I was a high school science teacher in Kansas for a decade. I now live in Maryland, and sort of in this space. It is absolutely ridiculous to me that teachers don't have great materials in professional learning to like advance their practices in ways that make that happen. Like, it's honestly, it's unconscionable. We had the framework research base that came out in 2011, the NGSS that came out in 2013, and it's taken a decade to get the types of materials in the classroom. I never in my high school teaching career had classroom instructional materials that helped me be a better teacher. They actually got in the way of me being a teacher, and that's why, I mean, it's ridiculous. And hopefully you see here that we're trying to take that on a little bit and make it so that you can have great materials, and because our materials are freely and publicly available, you can get you can also put resources into getting the types of professional learning that every teacher in the field deserves to elevate their classroom. But we're just a nonprofit, and so we brought together I mean, OpenScience is actually like a really tiny organization in terms of employees. There's just 8 of us. But we bring together all these amazing developers who have a ton of experience, like folks like Brian Reiser from Northwestern and Bill Penuel from UC Boulder, and all these people that just have tons and tons of experience on the research field to know what actually works in the classroom to elevate student learning. We've partnered with 10 states across the nation and have hundreds of teachers in our field tests and thousands of kids. And we are very intentional about making sure that in that process, we're representing the demographics of the nation. Our field tests or materials work not in just some classrooms, but are there in support of all classrooms. And then we have, like I said, hundreds of teachers whose voices are in these materials from the very beginning, and that's what makes it powerful. We're able to do this because we have funding from philanthropic organizations. They fund this development, so that means we get our materials to you, and they're freely and publicly available on our website. We have full middle school program right now, and we're working on the rest of it. But all that stuff is there, and we're excited that the Delaware Science Coalition is supporting our materials and supporting that in your districts. And what makes our stuff different here, and you're going to hear about the impact on what this looks like in the classroom. But our instructional model does the things that the previous panel was just talking about. It makes it so that kids are figuring out stuff in the classroom. And so every unit is anchored in a phenomenon, and the kids are figuring that out. But because we've had those questions in front of thousands of kids, we know what questions they're going to ask. And then we know that we can sort of continue to guide that through the learning process. So the kids in the classroom think that they're just figuring something out. And you as the teacher have all the support that you need to guide them through those investigations so they can piece together what is actually happening in this phenomenon. And they get to the point where they are also hitting that important learning about what's happening. So that's sort of the key difference between our materials and other stuff, and it positions kids to make sense of the world. And when they do that, they realize that their questions and their thoughts and their ideas are valuable, and that has such an important impact on kids, particularly the kids that are marginalized in the classroom and aren't involved or don't think they can be a scientist. And they realize that no, science is, every one of us is a scientist, and some of us just actually work at that a little bit more deliberately, and that they can be in that space. And my audio apparently is not coming through well. I can switch audio if that helps, but I'm not going to be talking more in a couple more minutes, so I'll just hop through the other stuff and let the other folks go. But just super big context here. Our middle school materials are done. They're out. They're free and publicly available. High school materials are being developed, and the first units for biology, chemistry, and physics will be released in February. And then as we get our units reviewed and they're elevated and reviewed as quality, we'll be releasing those over the next couple of years with a full program for high school out in February of 2025. We are just starting K-5 development, and that will run through 2026. And then we'll have a full K-12 program that's freely and publicly available. And I'm going to stop my share there and let May-Jean get her stuff ready to go. She is already on it and ready to roll. Get out of my screen here, sorry. I've got too many windows open at the same time. But we're going to hear now from a couple of teachers who are using these in the classroom and hear the stories of how those are impacting learning. After those folks go, then we'll transition to hearing about the resources from Discovery Ed. So May-Jean, if you want to unmute, get started. It's all you.
Okay, great. Thank you. Thank you so much for the opportunities to just share some of my students' stories. And just a little bit of context, I will be showing some student work, and it is pulled from a very specific OpenScience unit, the Tsunami unit. And oops, I'm trying to see if I can scroll. Yes, and a little bit of context. So my students, when they reach the Tsunami unit, they have done about 3 to 6 of OpenScience unit. And this is a little bit important for me to talk about because as they progress through this unit, we work really hard with classroom norms. So Matt shared about the instructional model, and one big piece for the instruction model to really work well is that these classroom norms are being engaged in the classroom. And what do I mean by that? So for example, being respectful in discussions is really important so that students feel safe in sharing their ideas and building on each other's knowledge. So no matter what unit, no matter which open science unit, it always starts, as Matt said, with the anchoring phenomena. And with that, students are presented with this phenomena. They start thinking about, hey, can we explain this phenomena? What do we know? What is our prior knowledge that we can bring to the table, right? And they create an initial model. And for the tsunami unit, what they bring to the table is their initial engineering ideas. So this is a student work, right? So this student brainstormed some ideas she had about how there are technologies to detect tsunami. This is at the very beginning. So really, we're just pulling their initial ideas, right? Technologies to give advanced warning, technologies to reduce damage from tsunami. And what I found powerful is right from the beginning, we get students to say, hey, you guys have seen these things before. Tell me what you know. And of course, being in New Jersey, my student in terms of technologies that can reduce the damage from tsunami, you can see that she's thinking about actually the New Jersey shore, right? She's thinking about, hey, what if people that live near tsunami, they like in New Jersey shore, they build homes that are higher up. And so this is really important. This idea of related phenomena, I've seen that happen in my classroom, and I'm always so excited when I realize that, hey, yes, they are paying attention to the world around them. They are pulling on what they know and feeling comfortable about sharing that. So that's one thing I wanted to highlight in my students' work. And another thing I wanted to highlight is this idea of building on each other's and sharing each other's ideas. So the second part of this worksheet, this part 3, is where they came together in small groups and they carefully listened to each other's ideas and they had to jot it down. And so I wanted to point out this other student's, Ella's idea about building a curved wall by the shore so that when waves hit, they will go back to the shore. And in the classroom, they actually, prior to this unit, we don't follow the exact open science scope and sequence. That's the other thing I, as a teacher, appreciate, that even though open science has a scope and sequence, it is adaptable. So for this school year, they actually did a force and motion as their first unit, and this tsunami was, I believe, their 4th or 5th unit. And when this student was thinking about this idea, I was listening as they were writing down their ideas, and she was like, oh yeah, I remember the force and motion unit talking about, when there's collision, how things get pushed. And she's like, a curved wall will do that. And that's why she wrote that idea. And she was really excited about it. And so this was the first lesson. And then there were a couple of lessons where, they discovered, where tsunamis happen. And as a teacher, open science is so great because there's so much data. And as we explore that, it gives a really good foundation of knowledge for the students. And then when they reach the 5th lesson, that one student that wrote about the curved wall, oh my gosh, was she excited when she realized these things actually do exist. And I just want to tell you this story because this student, her mom shared with me before, my daughter never felt confident in science. She always felt she's not great in science, and she couldn't be a scientist or an engineer. Well, by this point in the lesson, that one student was like, yes, you know what? I can do science, and she's excited about science. And when I met the mom, she was like, yeah, my daughter has changed her mind. Now she's thinking of 2 possible careers, ballet dancing or dentist. I'm like, okay, sure, why not? If she wants to explore, the dentistry, go ahead. She can absolutely do it if she wants to, right? Let her explore it. She has fantastic, a scientific mindset, and we're going to keep developing that in the classroom. But for me as the teacher, I just felt like, yes, my students have now the confidence that if they want to go into STEM careers, they know that they can do it. Another thing that was mentioned is that the importance of, drawing on students' idea, but revisiting them, right? And what I like about Open Science is, as a teacher, there is a planned trajectory. So if you recall the sample work that I showed earlier for the technologies to, well, let me just go back, to give people more advanced warning, right? This student said, oh, they should send alert to speakers, to phones. And lo and behold, in lesson 7, that's exactly what we did, right? So this planned trajectory, because as what Matt said, because it was still tested with students, they know what stuff students will bring up. Well, in lesson 7, that's exactly what the students listen to, right? They listen to the kinds of alerts that happen in places like Japan where tsunamis happen. And it just gives them the feeling that, hey, you know what I'm interested to find out, I really do get to find out in the unit. And it was a little bit like, you know, scary for them as they listen to the alerts and stuff. But we talk about it. And how did that make you feel? If you were there, what would you do? And so they really feel like their voices are being heard, that their ideas are being valued. And for this particular unit, they ended with this communication plan. And again, this infographic poster is from one particular group of students. They were doing pair work at this point. And what I really like and has made a really big impact is that there are choices for students, right? So in this summative task, students could pick between a variety of natural hazards. So we did the tsunami and a tsunami communication plan as the model, right? So they cannot pick tsunami, but there was a variety of natural hazards that they could pick from. And we actually focused on ones in the United States, and that risk hazard map, I don't want to click on it because it'll bring me to a different screen, but it is a map of United States and where there are different hazards with different risk level. So they use that map to pick a community that they think is at high risk for a specific natural hazard. They determined or identified a stakeholder group in that community. So this group of students identified Torrance County as a community at high risk for drought. And in choice, they had choice of natural hazard and what community, but also choice in the product, right? So these students, they came up with an like infographic kind of poster using Canva. Other students did other things. They decided, some did like a comic strip, some did like a brochure. If they wanted to, they could have done a website, a video. So that gives a lot of student agency. And it also gives them the opportunity to synthesize everything they've been doing in this unit to come up with something that they felt mattered to them. Like they would want to tell this community how to deal with a specific natural hazard. So it has made a huge impact on my students. You know, their engagement is just like natural for them because they are excited and they want to find out more. And they know that at the end of the day, they will put something together that really highlights and demonstrate their interests and their knowledge. And thank you so much for your time. I've been so happy to be able to share this story with you.
Nadine, thank you so much for sharing your story. I really appreciate hearing about this in your classroom. And I think Tommy's going to come up next and share a little bit there. I'm not going to transition much in between, but if you guys have questions for Nadine, I think she can hang around and you can throw them in the chat and she can respond to them. I'm sure she was not paying too close attention to the chat while she was sharing her story, but I'm sure she'll be happy to answer those questions there for the next little bit. So thanks, Nadine, and I'm going to turn it over to Tommy.
Hi, everybody. Tommy Clayton from Northern New Jersey, 8th grade teacher. As Matt spoke earlier, I was one of those teachers that got to try all of these lessons during the field test and then became just completely enamored with everything Open SciEd, and was lucky enough to be a consultant on helping develop some of the units, and now also help work with teachers to get this into their classroom and support them. And so I wanted to share two among many stories of two very different students that were in my classroom. And these are some quotes from those students. So we were working on a unit where the kids were trying to build a flameless heater to help people heat up food during a catastrophe or a power outage or whatever. And so I'm walking by this group and I hear this kid say, bro, this year we actually do real science. Like, I can't believe he's actually letting us build this thing with chemicals. And, he continued on. And then our next unit, we do this unit called Contact Forces, where the kids are trying to figure out like why their cell phone or a fragile device sometimes breaks. And during one of the lessons, the kids are like, I think we need to break some stuff. And I'm like, all right, that sounds good. So we just rifle through the cabinets. Now, like Matt said, I know this, we have a plan for this, but they don't really necessarily know that. And so at the end of this class, this same student, Tyler, comes up to me. He's like, I know when I go to math, like there's a plan, like the teacher has a plan and we do what she says, but like, it doesn't seem like you do that. Like you just let us do what we want to do to figure these things out. And of course I was like, yeah, no, like totally. Yeah, we're whatever you guys want to do, like, we'll make it work. Tyler was a student that I had heard many a legend of prior to him getting to me in 8th grade. All sorts of issues with engagement in the classroom. His grades, I would say, did not match who he was as a student. This kid was so engaged in this classroom. During the flameless heater unit, he was like the leader in the group. And I had heard stories from teachers that, he was in group work, like the kid that sat back and let everybody else do anything. And he just took over this thing, so much so that we had a little conversation about sharing the work. But this total flip for him, right? And I remember having conversations with the parents at conferences, and they were like, it seems like you just listen to what he says, and then you help him kind of mold these ideas, and you're allowing him to draw to explain his thinking. And I was like, yeah, I mean, that's science, right? We draw models, we figure things out. Tyler is now a junior. And actually mom reached out to let me know that Tyler is looking at engineering school. A complete, just like total change. And it's, I think, all because of the way that this curriculum was set up to listen to him, to meet him where he was, and to let him actually do science. The next student I want to highlight is this student, Sharika. And I have an honors accelerated class. And this girl was probably one of the brightest students I've ever met in my entire life. And we were working through the sound unit, and we get to the part where the kids are trying to figure out what's going on in the air. And so again, I'm walking by, and I hear her and another student, and the one student's like, well, ask him. And Sharika turns and says, he's not going to answer the question. He's just going to ask me what I think. And so I said, okay, well, what's going on? She's like, I don't know what's happening. I don't understand it. She's like, this class like makes my brain hurt. And I never really had to do that. Like, you make us think about things. Like, I was always good at just taking notes and telling it back. And I said, okay, well, like, is this a good thing? And she's like, yeah, you asked me what I think, and you like forced me to like figure it out. And so like, yeah, it's a good thing. And similar to what Majin had said, Sharika was really good at the game of school, but Sharika didn't understand, I would say, what science actually was. And on one side, how challenging it can be to actually do science, to ask questions, to draw models, to do all of these things that scientists actually do, but also to like actually have curiosity, to try to develop an explanation. These were skills that like Sharika completely had not yet developed in her science education at this point. Similar to what Majin had said, now Sharika always was successful in school, but her interest in science completely changed. She is currently a sophomore taking AP classes, which I could have predicted that, but I think this really opened up a whole new world of skills that Sharika had never had the chance to kind of develop in science curriculum prior to us getting involved with Open SciEd, in this thinking of like, okay, let's look at something that's really weird. Let's try to explain it. Let's figure out like what evidence we need to support that. And then when we get stuck, let's work through it together. And this like sense of community that meets kids where they are, and it's all levels, right? It's the kids that struggle to the kids that have figured out the game of school. Every kid is getting what they need, whether that is to support them, to help them develop sense making, or to really challenge them in actually engaging in those scientific practices, or just being a scientist. Thank you so much for the opportunity to share, and it was really great to listen to everybody what they were sharing early on. I really appreciate it.
Thank you so much, Tommy and Mei-Jean. I really appreciate the stories of how these materials live in the classroom and the things that it can do when we expect brilliance from our students and we listen to them and to the questions and what is going on in their lives and in those spaces. And I think it makes such a difference for kids. And I think I think you heard from, they didn't say this explicitly, I don't know, but I think you heard from in how they talked about this in their classroom, that this makes a difference for you as the teacher too. These are the types of materials that I always dreamed that I would have had in my classroom, but I always had to make my own things up because I had an encyclopedia that was on the shelf. And it was a paperweight in my classroom, and anything that I did that was innovative was stuff that I went to. Some of the great programs that the folks were talking about, it wasn't in Maryland, it was in Kansas, or in Delaware, but it was, I had to go find those things myself, and I had to go create them myself, and I had to go those. And I'm hopeful that people see in these materials that there's this great opportunity to start in that place and then make them even better for your kids in your classroom. So thank you so much to Mei-Jean and Tommy for sharing about that. And I want to transition to Andre, who's going to talk about some other fantastic materials, the Discovery Ed materials that are also available to teachers in Delaware to make a difference in your classroom. So Andre, take it away.
Great. Thank you so much. I am really honored to be a part of the panel today. As Matt said, my name is Andrea Gardner, and I'm the statewide and strategic partnership manager from Discovery Education that is been working with Delaware middle school and high school students, thanks to the partnership of DuPont and the Delaware Department of Education. So before I kind of kick off, who we are and all the amazing things around how we support STEM equity and what it looks like through the lens of Discovery Education, I want to sort of share with you all a quick video from our social impact partner where, let me just go big screen here. There are just kind of highlighting our industry experts and our students, and how we are showing the importance of the various partners that we do have, much like DuPont and so many others, and how it shows truly the involvement that they have in the K-12 education space, and how we're transforming students to really be truly change makers. So I just want to show you this quick video real quick.
What if you could reach millions of students around the world and deliver authentic learning experiences for all?
Be tenacious. Don't let anyone tell you that you can't achieve your dreams.
Making real-world connections.
We didn't have our own family, but we were a family of sorts.
And creating the diverse and innovative workforce of the future.
There's no shortage of ideas of how you can work the way you want to work.
With best-in-class resources that help students achieve the future they want.
It is not the easiest thing to take a big honking piece of metal and then make it fly.
Inspiring students to tackle sustainability issues.
There's no doubt that the trees are the lungs of the earth.
With the skills to be the solution seekers of tomorrow.
Math and science and engineering, that's what powers the world.
Preparing students for tomorrow's careers through diverse, unforgettable perspectives.
I am a 3-time Paralympic medalist in wheelchair basketball for Team USA.
It's a kind of a funny thing for an astronaut to be afraid of heights. I held on very tightly for dear life.
And the most powerful instructional resources in the industry.
As you can see in the distance is the Washington Monument and the Jefferson Memorial.
These programs open our world and expose my students to places that they have never been. They're priceless.
This is an actual piece of the Berlin Wall that divided Germany until 1989.
I'm your guide to Edge at Hudson Yards. Get ready for the thrill.
Never be afraid of trying.
Energize the change makers of tomorrow.
Their creativity, their ingenuity, their innovation are going to enable us to solve the problems of the future.
Together, we can help create a brighter future for all of us.
So just watching that video, it truly gives me chills because it kind of, and I don't know if Dwight's still on the call with us or not, but his phrase of, you can't see or you can't be what you can't see is truly, it spoke levels to me as a previous educator and as someone who is supporting educators within Delaware around discovery education and how we can make that impact. So I just want to, quickly highlight some of the amazing factors that are going into the success of discovery education within our system of middle school and high school students this year. That we have, I'm going to sort of focus our time around these three things and also highlight a number of educators who have spoken around what discovery education has done for them and hear from an administration within one of our districts here in Delaware. So it is a K-12 platform. We do have a specific partnership within Delaware, thanks to, again, the DuPont Foundation and the Delaware Department of Education for middle school and high school educators to really bring light and support materials around STEM and CTE learning. So our platform is a K-12 ecosystem with vetted educational resources for both teachers, students, and families, all in one centralized location. We provide a platform where we include career explorations through the STEM Careers Coalition, where we collaborate with various educational partners like DuPont, to connect students with industry experts through our virtual field trips, where it takes our students to places that they may not necessarily be able to, and really providing them those ready-to-use turnkey assignments for your students, but also for the teachers to really save those teachers time as they are engaging with our content, that we give our students an opportunity for that voice and choice through choice boards or providing those background builders, because we can't always necessarily assume that every student has learned some kind of key concept, providing those background builders. So you'll see in just a few examples this morning how we have a number of choice boards, again, giving that voice and choice, that we have our timely and relevant resources that are accessible across all devices, whether they're in or outside of the classroom. And again, they are vetted. And then as we have these high quality and engaging resources, we're providing that professional development in a differentiated format for our educators, that it's ongoing, it can be hands-on, it's very personalized through the work that I'm doing, as well as taking that time to work with the Delaware Pathways and their 17 pathways to design curriculum alignment, as well as it connects with Discovery Education's resources. Sorry, why is it not transitioning? There we go. Within our platform, you'll notice, or if you are not familiar with Discovery Education, that we do meet the needs of all of our learners, that we are providing a variety of accessibility tools like closed captioning and transcripts, providing Lexile level options for our students, multi-language options. So you can see here that, we do have a connection and a partnership with the Girl Scouts of the United States. We have those resources as well in Spanish. And a lot of the conversations prior to us coming on during our panel time, we're talking around opening up the eyes of girls and where that brings this idea of women in STEM, that we do have a number of partnerships with Tech for Tomorrow. This is predominantly, late elementary, middle school resources designed to highlight ways technology and innovation can better our world. And we're going to see women in with that. One of my most favorite channels is the If Then initiative, where it's committed to showing young girls exactly what a scientist looks like. So it's a way to further advance women in science, technology, and engineering, math, to really empower current innovators and inspiring our next generation of pioneers. And there's one, Kelly is one of the individuals that she highlights what she does. And when I saw her watching this video, again, you all said it back even when I first came on this morning, was I hated math. That was one of the very first statements she said. And now she is working in sports because she loved sports. And now she's using math in it because she sees the connection. She sees it in that real world. And it's just a nice way for our students to see people just like them, to make those connections that they didn't like it either, but how are they really transitioning it into that real world? I love just being able to make those connections of, what's going on the outside that your students love and bring them into the safe four walls of your classroom. And then when we're in platform, we do have a creation tool of a studio board and or slideshow where we provide a variety of immersive experiences for our students. You can see here from the interactive that's going through here that we have Microsoft's immersive reader. So what it will do is it will literally pull out the content that's on that slide and then be able to translate it into that student's native language. So it's really making it capable for our students to be able to grab that content in the way that they are learning best, whether they have an IEP, a 504, or there's a language barrier that they're new to the country or their English is not their native language. So providing these various tools to personalize the curriculum, saving your teachers time while also improving the students' learning outcome is going to be huge. So we do translate the content to 60 different languages, and which is, again, when we show that during a professional development, it's like this aha moment of, yes, finally, my students can do just what everyone else is doing in the curriculum and meet their needs. And then as we stop to think about, sorry about that. Some of the things that we're connecting with our students and the possibilities that we're truly giving to them is that, again, what you can see here, we have a variety of choice boards where we put students into a particular role, right? That they start to think about, what does this role look like for, could it be for me? What kind of skills do I need to be able to be in that role? Or, professionally, how much does that particular role pay? And then being able to look at videos and seeing, again, people just like them, and making those connections through our different videos that we have, or through a virtual field trip where we take a Olympic, a Paralympic, Team USA athletes to various places to be able to explore how sportsmanship and character building and life skills as a way to have clean and healthy performance drive through success as a better way to support both athletes and life. So these are the kinds of experiences, that we're going to be able to take our students to, whether it be at, the White House, as you saw in the social impact video, or going to NBA headquarters, and again, seeing how math and science is brought into the NBA world. And then as we start to think about, again, those connections to our partners like Siemens or Toyota or 3M Young Scientists Lab, how we can really allow our students to think and create like a scientist, to work with mentors within the science field and provide our students an overall STEM experience as it connects to the real world. With these partnerships and or challenges, we allow our students to become problem solvers, to really encourage them to invent things and to really develop their entrepreneurial skills. So it's like partners like Toyota that are truly empowering a new generation of students to explore the mobility challenges of the future and to drive meaningful change in their communities and world. And we're really excited to see, how, again, we have a partnership with DuPont, how we can really bring light to what's going on right in Delaware with these amazing partnerships. So just knowing that, we have great ways that we can connect with our students to get them excited, see themselves within the videos and or assignments to really provide those hands-on opportunities. What really it comes down to as well is supporting those teachers. So we provide very we build a culture of STEM equity, and we do that through our differentiated professional development, where I have statewide PD offerings. I do, visits virtually or in person to professional development, districts and or schools. And that's teachers can be able to book time with me and or visit our microsite as well, where it can really keep up to date of what's going on around the partnership that we have in Delaware. As well, you can see here on the right how we are doing curriculum alignment with, again, the support of the Department of Education. So I have a great partnership with them, and where we're going about, within those pathways and aligning our curriculum to the courses within the various schools. So as we stop to think about, this professional development, what are teachers truly saying? We just began in November of 2021. So we are coming up on a year of being within our schools at the middle and high school. But these are just some of the things that we're hearing from educators, that we have access to more resources that allow them to integrate in their visual art classes, or that it's providing supports for those ELL students and incorporating multiple Spanish and or other languages and the types of resources that we have. That they love that it's really user-friendly, and it's just another great way to bolster their curriculum, because it is truly, it's supplemental. In the time that I've been with Discovery Education and the beginning of this partnership, I've done approximately 125 different sessions. That means I've touched about over 1,500 different teachers throughout this professional development. So again, you can see what other educators are saying through all aspects of the platform. And what I would love to do is I want to be able to turn it over to my colleague and partner at Brandywine Education, or Brandywine School District, Michelle Kutch, just so that you can hear what I'm doing with the work. And I'm just going to transition over to that video, so you can hear the work that I'm doing with her, and what that looks like specifically within her district. Okay. Doesn't play, come on. Just refresh the screen, sorry about that. There we go.
Hi everyone, sorry I'm not there in person today to see everyone's lovely faces. Andrea reached out to me to ask a few questions regarding Discovery Education. Before I answer them, I just wanted to share how thankful we are that we're able to use these amazing resources in addition to Andrea's help and support in their implementation with our teachers. Thank you, thank you, thank you. All right, question number one. How do you envision your teachers and students using Discovery Education in and out of the classroom? Well, we envision all Brandywine School District teachers and students in grades pre-K through 12 using Discovery Education to add and use engaging real-world digital content in their classrooms. This includes providing instructional strategies to enhance learning in all content areas and grades. A few ways we currently use Discovery Education in the classroom are delivering a blended learning classroom approach using station rotation models. We provide social and emotional learning activities to all of our students. We allow students to explore STEM careers, including being able to see people just like themselves in these roles if they're from traditionally underrepresented groups, and in particular areas such as women and people of color in engineering. Supporting our multilingual learners in accessing content in their native language, providing additional resources to support House Bill 198 and House Bill 318 lessons and units, offering professional development to our pre-K teachers and thinking of ways that our youngest students can access the platform without even having to read. Using Discovery Education as a part of our summer learning programs for enrichment. And honestly, Andrea has been so kind and helpful to send emails throughout the year promoting Discovery Education's use, not only in the classroom, but also how it could be used at home to promote more family home connections. And we share Discovery Education with parents as a summer resource. I truly attribute the success of Discovery Education's implementation in our district to regular meetings with them, with Discovery Education. They've been responsive to our needs and ideas. Honestly, if we can dream it, they can not only make it happen, they'll set up the professional development and lessons for it. We meet almost monthly, and in addition, teacher professional development and our instructional technology department have been instrumental in increasing its usage in the classroom. Andrea and Bonnie Urkanen will follow up directly with teachers and administrators with reminders, tips, lessons, and the like to make it all easily accessible. Most of the barriers we see, though, is either teachers not having an awareness of what the platform has to offer or having to figure out the time in which to use it. Supports like our instructional technology coaches and the coordinator, working with staff and meeting with them regularly with Discovery Education, has helped alleviate these concerns. In terms of changes in learning with the use of Discovery Education, we are looking to see students engage in high-quality online learning experiences to prepare them with 21st century skills to help them follow their dreams. It's important to make sure that real-world connections are being made and allow students to explore their areas of interest with vetted digital content. We're also planning forward to work with our educators to intentionally use technology to offer students more voice and choice in their own learning. Well, that's it. And again, thanks so much for the opportunity to share our experiences with Discovery Education. Have a wonderful conference. Thank you.
So I love being able to, to do the work, as Michelle just mentioned, with them within Brandywine. And those are the kinds of relationships, that I want to continue having with all other districts across Delaware. So I know that we are coming up against time at this point, but I do want to just say, and would love just your thoughts in the chat. We have within our platform strategies, instructional research-based strategies, where it really provides educators supports on how they can engage with their students in a variety of different ways, whether we want to increase STEM skills, group work, team, pairing, however whatever the skills that we want them to work on, summarizing, researching, what strategies could we be able to use as it is against McCrell's phases of learning. So in the chat, I'd love, and don't hit return just yet, because we're going to do this as not necessarily a blurt out. We're not all going to call out our answers, but we're going to do more of like a waterfall activity. I'd love to know how you are supporting STEM equity in your school and or classroom if you're in that environment. I'd love just to hear what that looks like. So I'll give you a few seconds to type, and then once I say enter, go ahead and enter. And if you all have your chat boxes open, you'll be able to see all the responses come out. I do have to go out of full screen mode. I apologize because I cannot see my chat screen, just to say. So again, hopefully everyone is feverishly typing away just so we don't go too much over time. But how are you supporting STEM equity in your school or classroom? I'll give you about another minute to type. And when I say enter, go ahead and hit enter. All right, on 3, 2, 1, enter. Hopefully I'm going to start to see the waterfall of things come through. Awesome, working to ensure every student's voice is heard every day, valuing the knowledge and experiences students bring to the classroom, creating a place where students feel comfortable taking an intellectual risk. So the risk is the scariest thing, right? Because if you're wrong, you don't want your peers to make you, to feel horrible about it, but that it's okay to make mistakes, right? So as we wrap up, I appreciate everyone, taking this time out to be here on a Saturday to hear the various ways that other educators are supporting Delaware teachers and the resources. And thank you so much to Matt for being on here with me. I'd love to do like a quick call to action. I'm just going to stop sharing for just a second, where we can really think about how, as a group, how can we collaborate together to strengthen STEM equity across Delaware classrooms, right? That it's not just us separately working together, but how can we collaboratively work as one? So, I will make certain to grab all of your emails. Would love to connect with you after today, just so that, again, we can really bring light to STEM within the state of Delaware. So again, thank you so very much for having me on this morning. Appreciate Renee Cartier just put my email in the chat box. It is agardner@discoveryed.com. And I wish everyone a wonderful rest of their day and have a great day.
Yeah, thanks everybody. Have a good day.
Thanks, Matt. Thanks, Andrea. Thank you so much, and all the panelists who joined. So we on the schedule have a 5-minute break for bio or taking a quick drink of water or whatever. I know there was a quick announcement that our tech crew wanted to give in terms of other videos that we have available, just to make sure that everyone knows about those and doesn't forget. I don't know if he wants to make that announcement now or at the end of the break.
We'll make it right now. Hi, my name is Ryan. I'm a part of the tech crew that has been working on this presentation. We have a lot of video contributions, far more than we have time to include in today's program. So please take a look at your agenda. We have 10 video contributions. We've only been able to show 4. So take your time, take a look at them. They're all on YouTube. And additionally, we have resources and upcoming events on the agenda. So this agenda will be live for the next few weeks. So keep that in mind. Take a look at it, avail yourself of these resources, and please enjoy your 5-minute break. We'll see you back in a few minutes.
See you guys soon. Man, I feel like 5 minutes just gets shorter and shorter somehow as I get older, but it's already been time to come back. So welcome back, everyone. It's hard to believe it's already, I guess, 12:07, a little afternoon. The next part of our day, which will be roughly the last 2 hours, we'll hold discussions and panels to take STEM beyond the curriculum and learn more about what it's going to take to promote student success in STEM across the state. The first panel that discusses this is from our business and education background. The co-leaders to that are Kara Maureen Brown from Ashland, Alexa Dembeck from DuPont, and Patrick McCrumman, also from DuPont. And without further ado, I'll kick it over to them to start up the panel.
Super, thank you. Well, this is Alexa from DuPont, and thank you so much to all the organizers and all the presenters so far today. I feel the positive energy on how we're all fired up. And there's been so much work done, and I think our collective message will be there's so much more that we need to do together. My personal story, I am from Chicago. I actually grew up in the city of Chicago, youngest of 5, first one to go to college in my family, and a first-generation college student. So I really relate to the challenges of what does it mean to follow a passion, and how the important role of teachers to drive inspiration make a real difference. For me, it was all about science fairs. My kids would tell me today, and I believe it, I'm the classical nerd. Always have been and proud of it now. Tricky growing up to be one, but science fairs were it. And science fairs for me are about discovery. It's about experimentation. It's about learning. And that's what's really important as we think about the future of STEM. How do we inspire those characteristics? From a commercial perspective, a company like DuPont, that's exactly what we're looking for. In order for DuPont to be successful, we've been around like 220 years, many, many variations of the company, of course. But those variations are important because we're always looking to solve the problems of the future. The problems of the future are often quite different from what they were 5 decades ago. So problems like how to drive connectivity, how to drive mobility, what's the future needs of healthcare? How do we make a difference in electrification of automobiles? What we need to do that are curious problem solvers who are dedicated to coming in to learn differently than in the past, to learn faster, to be relentlessly provocative, challenge constantly, be brave with failure, always willing to take risks because that's how invention happens. We just this past week announced our latest science award winners, the Lavoisier and Peterson Award, which in Delaware, those are really famous awards. Inventors like Charles Carruthers, the inventor of nylon, Stephanie Kwolek, the inventor of Kevlar. These folks changed the world. Our future Lavoisier and Peterson medalists today are in middle school. They're in high school. And we need to make sure that they can have the skills, the capabilities, and the talent to be able to compete in a world that's increasingly fast, problems changing constantly, jobs today that didn't exist in the past, data sciences, how do we use artificial intelligence and machine learning to invent new materials, to change the world like what was done through COVID in developing the vaccine. So from a commercial perspective, the partnership with educators and the partnership with other companies like Discovery Education, who can make a difference in the way that we collectively drive speed and impact in education for STEM, and doing it with a real eye on equity. The role that DuPont plays is to work obviously globally, obviously nationally, and certainly in our headquarter community in Delaware. We are really proud to work with Discovery Education at the middle school and high school level, to work in the classrooms, to bring in interns, to be able to spend time at schools, to be able to help with teachers. We just had a big session this summer with the Apo School District and bringing teachers in to say, well, what does science look like today in an industrial environment? How can we make a difference today? So many of the examples from this morning were around connecting talent, connecting learners and students to what does it mean to solve problems? And how do we do that at scale? How do we do that while keeping these pipelines rich and diverse? Both are really important. From an employer perspective, they're important because we can't have innovation without diversity and an inclusive culture. Period, hard stop. It just doesn't happen. So we are investing to make sure that that inclusive culture, which represents all forms of diversity, especially in STEM, can be nurtured, can be developed, and that we can really have an impact on how we deliver that. I'll end before I turn over to Carol Marie on a personal story just from 2 weeks ago. I gave a keynote conference in Chicago. Again, I'm the Chief Technology and Sustainability Officer. So big name, title, keynote, major conference, lots of industrial companies, 200 people there, 200 plus. And at the end, I got pulled away by the executive of another company who said, wow, who thought DuPont would ever have a woman Chief Technology and Sustainability Officer? I'm going to go home and tell my kids. But the point, like, I didn't know if I should be exhilarated or frightened, right? The fact that in 2022, we're celebrating that there's a woman, I thought, is this real? So it is real. The good news in that is representation matters. The work that we're all doing is an ecosystem, whether it's educators, whether it's the learners themselves, whether it's all the partners, or whether it's the terrific companies that you're going to hear from on this panel. We all recognize that not one of us can do it alone. It's an ecosystem together. We need to each bring our superpowers from the lens that we sit in to be able to help. So we bring scale, we bring great problems to solve, and we bring a commitment to STEM talent for centuries, because the problems of the world need the best minds, and we need to inspire them. So I'll end with the purpose of our company, which is empowering the world with the essential innovations to thrive. And a huge shout out to all of our educators for developing the talent who want to have a thriving world and who can contribute. Okay, so with that is a warm up. It is just my terrific pleasure to turn over to Carol Marie, and I think everyone's going to be delighted to hear her comments. Over to you, Carol Marie.
Great. Thank you, Alexa, and hello, everyone. Alexa, it is just an honor to be able to co-chair this panel with you, and I'm looking forward to also hearing from Marianne and Shenzhen about their experiences and the stories, which I know will just make for a very robust and informative discussion. Before I really get into it, I also wanted to thank the attendees, and we recognize that all of you have other things that you could be doing on your weekend. We are immensely grateful that you've been able to carve out some time, and really hope that you find this commentary informative, and that you'll follow up with any one of us following the discussion if you have questions. So a little bit about my personal journey as well. And Alexa, we worked together at DuPont, but I don't know that I knew your background. So interestingly enough, I was born in upstate New York to, my father was a Sicilian immigrant and my mother was a first generation American. And I was the first member in my family to also go to college as well. So my parents and my grandparents really knew the benefit of education, and I had a lot of love and support from them and encouragement. But one of the things that I realized in trying to prepare remarks was, and Melissa Tracy said the same thing too on a video that we have of her, as I was going through high school and even into my college years, I don't recall anyone saying you should really consider a career in STEM. No one spoke to me about science or mathematics and taking that further into higher education and into a career. I was encouraged to go to college, but it was more what was back then the traditional female types of careers. And I think today that it is so important that we create exposure for young people starting in grade school, for girls and minorities to be able to allow them to have the opportunity to to see what's available, and if they so choose, to encourage them to go into those particular fields. It was really, I was in my first professional role out of college when I contacted a college professor and said, you know, there's really no upward mobility for me here. It was a small organization. And he had mentioned, you know, you might want to check out this company just down the road from you. I was in Philadelphia at the time, and it's called DuPont. Now they're highly, you know, scientific, but I think, you know, they've got a corporate organizational, department, and you might enjoy that. So long story short, I did. I got in touch with a former Ithaca alum. She put me in touch with some folks at DuPont, and a whole new world was opened up when I was hired into that company. It was the first time that I was exposed to real scientific experiment, real chemistry, and passion, and from both men and women scientists that the company had hired at the time. And I thought, had I not had that experience, I don't know that my children today would feel that it's as important as it really is when you talked about solving the future's problems. So I was fortunate enough to have been hired into DuPont. I had a fantastic career there, you know, exposed to many of the more traditional industrial businesses, as well as consumer products and materials. So everything from polymers to actual materials. And having had those experiences allowed me to be able to move into a smaller company, but also very scientifically focused. So, you know, when I think about Ashland and what we're doing today, we are passionate, and we passionately believe in the intersection of science, technology, engineering, and math. And that only through that can we answer some of the future's, you know, most complex challenges. So unlocking these solutions really requires this new generation of thinkers, of doers and solvers. And, you know, in our company, we have a very deliberate and focused STEM program, localized to the needs of every corner of the world in which we operate, but also taking and putting the power of STEM and the science, the technology that we know into the hands of our people to help those local communities, to help those solvers of tomorrow. In Delaware, we are really proud to be the title sponsor for the Delaware STEM Educators Awards. You know, we've had the pleasure of working alongside of some of the most amazing educators that we have in this state that are so passionate about being able to expose girls, minorities, children at the grade school as well as high school levels to real scientific exploration and experiment. So I mentioned Melissa Tracy. There is Gail Morrison, who has been just phenomenal with her kids and exposing them to robotics at a young age and encouraging them to do more. So want to give a shout out specifically to them. We're also sponsoring Jacqueline Means and the Wilmington Urban STEM Initiative. And I know most of you know who Jackie is. I mean, she has really made a place for herself on the world stage. And I'm just so proud of her. And I can only hope that my children someday become as passionate about helping others as she is. Recently, we brought about 30 of her girls through our Wilmington labs. They were exposed to our pharmaceutical paints and coatings and food science labs. And in addition, we've taken some of Jackie's children to the Franklin Institute in Philadelphia. Again, just trying to give these young girls and minorities an opportunity to see there are many possibilities for them, and they need to take advantage, speak up, and feel like they belong, right? We're opening up this new world for them. You know, 80% of Ashland's product portfolio is in natural, nature-derived or biodegradable ingredients. And outside of Delaware, we have recently taken and combined learning and education in a STEM skill set, training farmers in Rajasthan, India, to be able to learn more about sustainable farming. And as we've taught them, we've included female farmers in that education as well. So we're not only helping those local farmers, but also helping to elevate those economies, those little towns and villages. And, you know, we take very seriously the exposure of women and minorities to STEM. So, you know, work in terms of elevating these farmers, work in terms of what we're doing here in Delaware. We're just super passionate about that. And I'll make the offer to any of the educators or anyone, you know, that's listening in today. If there's an opportunity for you to get some increased learning. You want to come through some labs. I see that Alexa is also shaking her head. I'm sure that any of us on this panel today would be happy to talk to you, help you advance your educational capabilities. And if you wanted, bring a class of your students in through the labs. It would need to be scheduled, but I'll make that offer. And I hope I'm not overstepping my bounds with Marianne and Shenzhen. But I think this is something that's critically important. And the women on this panel today, we've chatted before, and we make that offer to all of you. So I know we have a time crunch. I'm sure you're going to be very interested to hear what Marianne and Shenzhen also have to say. So I will close for now and thank all of you again, and thank the esteemed panelists. I will turn it over to Marianne. Thank you so much.
Great. Thanks, Cara Marie. Like Cara Marie, I serve on the board of the Delaware Foundation for Science and Math Education. So I'm excited to be here. I'm excited to support the foundation. And the reason I'm here is because when I took my role on with CROTA last year, Randy made some great introductions for us. So I very much appreciate our collaboration. At CROTA, I support our community engagement programs, so public affairs, government relations, and our philanthropy across North America. Right now, we're supporting, we're really focusing in on our work in Delaware. We operate the Atlas Point manufacturing facility. So those of you, when you're driving across, up or down on 95 at the base of the Delaware Memorial Bridge, that's CROTA. That facility has a batch plant where we mix natural ingredients to create chemicals that go in everyday products. You won't see the CROTA name or the CROTA ingredient necessarily. You won't be familiar with it, but it's in your everyday cleaning and home care and personal care products. I, like Carol Ann, I don't have a science background. I actually have a degree in history, spent the majority of my career with trade associations and nonprofits doing public affairs work. But I'm a STEM mom. And so I'm a traditional PTO mom who helped her elementary school bring in assemblies to school for the kids, sponsored after school programming focused on STEM. And I have a 17-year-old who is a STEM fanatic. And so for the last 17 years, been identifying ways to foster opportunities for him, learning opportunities and experiences. And I bring that passion into the work I do for CROTA. He's been very, very lucky. He's had some incredible teachers. And I was going through some pictures today thinking about this presentation. He had a first grade teacher who sponsored their science fair. He had a teacher he had for 3 years in elementary school that sponsored a Connects competition, and that his team ended up at a state competition. And then just really blessed that our high school has an engineering program with a young female director who has written grants to have unbelievable equipment for kids to use in our prototyping class. And now she's going to sponsor my son and a few of his friends to have an independent study for the last semester of their high school career. So I do understand the importance of valuing our teachers and all the work you do, because for my son, his learning experience and the project-based learning came directly from his teachers and has really created the pathway for himself. He knows he's going to study engineering and he knows he wants to have an aviation career. So I recognize all the work that everyone does here on this call to inspire your students. With that said, at CROTA, we are also, just like Ashland and DuPont, passionate about STEM and supporting our communities. We're primarily focused on making connections and creating opportunities in Newcastle because that's where our facility is located. So we're really focused locally on what we're doing. Most recently, we created a partnership with the Colonial School System. And when I sat down with them and said, what can we do for you kids? What do you need? And they said, we want experiences for our kids. So one of the first things we did this year is connect with Bucknell University in central Pennsylvania. And we sponsored 6 students to attend their engineering camp. So Colonial School District identified the students. We sponsored their attendance. And until last week, I don't really feel I understood the meaningful impact that simple action took. And last week, the school system's school board recognized these students and brought them up and talked to them during a school board meeting. So the superintendent and the school board members asked questions of these students and what they learned and what they came away with. One of the students said, I didn't even know about biomedical engineering. So I think that's what I want to do. I think I want to help people. Another student said, I would have never even considered going away to college. Now I want to go away to college. Another student said, I didn't even know about food science. And then two of the other students said, we just recently joined athletic teams because we want to build our college resume. So very exciting for us to be able to have that little impact on those 6 students. We also this year reached out to the elementary school that's about a mile away from our facility and asked them what they needed. They sponsor a free summer program for their kids. And we brought in some STEM labs. We partnered with Del Tech. They brought in some of their educators and worked with them to provide STEM learning days. And I mentioned that because we really want to be able to support our educators. We really want to support our students. And it's sometimes the little things. So even though those projects involved financial commitments, that's not necessarily always the best pathway. We are working with the school system to connect those students, as Kara Marie said, with our professionals. So also this spring, we brought in chemistry students and environmental science students from the local high school. They learned about our company, what we do. We had a tour on site. And then we also provided a panel of 5 of our young female scientists and engineers to talk about their educational pathways, the mentors and the internships that made a difference in their life. So that was pretty exciting. But the one piece that I took away from it was making the connections for students. So while we were walking on site and our site director was talking about what we do, what we make, and the different opportunities that would be at our company for them in the future, he had said that there is an opportunity for students interested in control systems, the intersection of IT and engineering. And the science teacher that was on the tour literally tapped on a student's shoulder, talked to this young man and said, that's your job. So I thought for all the planning we had on that simple site tour, for that student to even learn about that opportunity was pretty exciting. The other things that we're hoping to do, thinking ahead, is also thinking about our teachers in the Colonial School System, and we hope next summer to pilot a teacher training at our facility. So we're really excited about that. And we're about to roll out an internship program. Little unique because we're really focused on identifying college students that live very near our facility and making sure that those students, most likely who are going to be going to Del Tech, conclude their get through their program, either their certificate program or their associate's degree, by supporting them with employment. The employment will be very flexible to accommodate their schedules. Hopefully we're going to be partnering them with mentors, but we're designing it as a career development opportunity. So by the end of the program, if there is a job for them at the end with CROTA or not, that they're going to have a resume built out to go find that first job after school finishes. So we're very excited to roll out the program. We're calling it a CROTA's Career Catalyst program. So one thing I would mention, and I'd like to mark it before I pass it along to our next panelist, is that Del Tech has an annual science fair. So as soon as I conclude my comments, I will put a link to that into the chat along with my email if anyone's interested in learning more about CROTA and what we do. But Del Tech every March hosts a science fair at their Stanton campus. And they've been very successful in the past, recruiting students who are from charter schools and from private schools, but they've been less successful in recruiting public school students. So I encourage those educators on the call today to look into that fair. It's a really, really wonderful opportunity and very well done. So thank you for your interest and listening. And I'd like to pass the call on now to Chen Zhen. She's with Adhesis. She has her PhD in chemistry, and I'm looking forward to hearing what her company's all about.
Thank you, Marianne, and thank you, Alexa and Cara Marie. And Alexa, when you talk about your last story that people are surprised, like have a woman as the CTO for DuPont, it reminds me of one of jokes I made about the initiative I did to support women in STEM is I was saying that my ultimate goal for my initiative is that we no longer have to talk about women in STEM anymore. Not yet. So my background is slightly different. I'm still a chemist and also a manager. Currently, I'm associate director for discovery chemistry at Adhesis. So a few weeks ago, Randall, Rita, and Patrick, they reached out to me about this panel, and they would like me to talk about my career and my initiative to support women in STEM, which is called AWISE. And at this point, I'm going to ask everybody to guess what does AY stands for, AWISE. And then, and also my experience as an international student in STEM. So I have always been struggled to make a good story about my career because it can literally just down to one sentence. I've been working at Adhesis for the last 15 years, ever since I graduated. So let me see if I can make it a little bit more interesting this time. So I was born and grew up in Shanghai, China. And then I always have a free spirit, want to explore. So I came to US, the paradise for immigrants. And then I started my career. I started my PhD study at University of Delaware. And then one day, my former lab mate asked me, if I'm interested in joining Adhesis, which is a local company. At that time, there's only 30 people, very close to Delaware Memorial Bridge. So I was trained as a synthetic organic chemist, and Adhesis is specialized in small molecule synthesis, customer synthesis for clients. That's that's a perfect fit. So I just go there, and then next thing I know, I've been working there for 15 years. But going through a company from 30 people to currently 180 people is a very unique experience. So at first, you're gonna be hands-on on everything, just wear multiple hats. It's a must. And then a couple months later, if anybody remember, in 2008, we have experienced the worst financial crisis in Wall Street. The stock went down like that. And that was a scary experience. But fortunately, my company survived, and they realized that it's important to increase its clientele from just pharmaceutical company to also biotech company and a specialty chemical company. And one of the specialty chemical company client, which is called Universal Display Corporate, UDC, they eventually decided to buy us in 2016. So if you haven't heard about UDC, then if you use an iPhone and it has OLED screen on it or OLED TV, then chances are the high value component on the OLED screen is manufactured on our site. Our parent company UDC is a industry leader for OLED technology, and our site is one of the manufacturer site for high value products. So ever since 2016, because of the large amount of cash flow injected into Adhesis, the company goes through a fast expansion. And as a result, my career finally took off. I started to follow the managerial track. And then today my company is 180 people, and I've been also working at the Newcastle site, which is the manufacturing site, the original site, and also inside the DuPont experimental station, which we initially was at building 500 inside the Delaware Innovation Space. And then early this year, we moved into building 402, right next to the gym and the cafeteria. So great place. So that's good or bad. So it is, the company is still small, right? 180 compared to many big company. But for me personally, it's been tremendous growth ever since. It's a great journey. So one of the most popular phrase other than COVID in the last 2 years is Great Resignation. So many companies are facing challenges in recruiting and maintaining talent. And there are so many reasons for the Great Resignation, but one of which, especially for the STEM industry, is that we haven't completely taken advantage and engaged the 50% of our talent pool, which is female. So the US population for 2020 is 330 million, which is slightly more than 50% of them are female. However, for the STEM industry, according to the US Bureau 2019 data, only 27% of the STEM workforce is consisted of women. Well, why is that? There's a lot of historical reasons. Put it together, lack of corporate support, cultural biases, intellectual biases, and economic biases. And even when women were provided opportunities, when they bring the work environment a perspective for problem solving and institutional dynamic, but all the net positive things are often overlooked or underappreciated by the male counterparts, which is dominant in this industry. So as the US population aged, highly trained STEM personnel will exit the workforce at a faster rate than they are replaced. So the gap needs to be reduced through bring more people, more STEM personnel, especially females. So programs to encourage STEM education need to be implemented as early as elementary grade, and then strengthened continually into the graduate program. As a majority of the STEM personnel will end up in the non-government position, so the corporate sponsorship for the STEM program is expected. The support can come in various forms. For example, internship. Maria mentioned about the internship. So ADCs also have internship and a co-op program with several local universities. In addition, ADCs is the founding member of Internship Delaware, which is an organization to connect interns with local industry leaders to let them know the various paths going forward and build a network. Other forms also include educational initiatives, corporate sponsorship of research programs in academics, career alignment programs, such as Healthy Kids and Healthy Run Community Outreach Program in Delaware. And the ADCs has been part of the member in the last couple of years. And I personally really enjoy to build the gardens and pull out the weeds with the kid and the sweating and get dirty. And then last but not least is the career mentorship. And so that's what I'm going to talk about, the AYs. So I've been always very passionate about supporting women in STEM. And the last year, with the support of my company, and also many males and females that share the same passion and belief with me, I founded AYs. Now AYs stands for, this is for Women in STEM Empowerment, AWISE. So AYs aim to support women along their STEM journey. And these include K-12, high schooler, college students, and female industry peers. So I want to highlight the AYs. One of the AYs program is AYs mentorship program. And this is a program designed for female college students. And we want to, a lot of female college students, they want to be mentored by industry peers, but they don't necessarily have the time or opportunity to conduct a full mentorship, full internship. So we designed this program to allow the female student to connect with a career industry chemist on the one-on-one relationship and through the virtual platform with a very flexible schedule. So by doing so, it actually turned out it was a win-win situation for both the mentees as well as the mentors. Based on our survey, our mentee, the female college students, is extremely happy with the result. They get to know they get to build a network, expand their knowledge, and be more prepared for the next stage of their career. And at the same time, for the mentees, which is a ADCs employee, our survey also shows that their their satisfaction index and engagement score also increased because they feel very accomplished by helping and sharing their experience with the mentees. So I know I can spend like hours talking about other programs for the AYs, but I'm going to be time conscious. So if anybody's interested in more AYs programs, AYs has a LinkedIn group. So just join the AYs LinkedIn group and you will find out more programs. And also currently AYs is trying to build a program for K-12, the young girls. So if anyone's already have a program or looking for partners, please connect me on LinkedIn, shoot me a message on LinkedIn. So the last thing I wanted to mention is that how I feel as an international student in STEM. So I started my PhD at University of Delaware with my PI, Joe Fox. And he was a very young professor at the time, still have a black hair. And I was his third graduate student. Well, his first 6 graduate students in the lab are all international students. So, and as a matter of fact, international students consist 62% of graduate students in average. And among these international students working in US after they graduate, more than 40% in the STEM field, such as engineering, math, computer science, and chemistry. So we often say, okay, the sky is the ceiling. But for international students, the visa and the green card is our ceiling. So, and with the recent years, the US policy for visa and the green card application has tightened tremendously. And this impact has directly, is significant enough that it costs many companies to reconsider the time and the money associated with hiring an international student in STEM. So fortunately, this is the sponsor, the H-1B and the green card for me and the other employee. And I was able to advance my career in US. And also we're very proud that we have employees from all over the world. We hang out the flag, the national flag of the where the employee come from each country in our cafeteria. And it's amazing that how many flags I've never seen and how unique they are. And if anybody is interested, Google the national flag from Nepal. It is the most unique national flag I have ever seen. So another challenge I'm facing, other than the visa and the legal status as an international student, is that we're away from our country, our network through the family or through our high school or college is all left behind in our country. And then we feel more comfortable to also hang out with just people that's similar with us, people from the same country with us, or for me as a Chinese, I just feel comfortable to speak Chinese in general. So this kind of inevitably shrinks our network, and also this lack of a diverse information or even lack of information and a lack of resource make it difficult for us. And we often miss opportunities and not realize the various different career opportunities or career paths that's actually available for us. For example, the internship, I think many companies are only allowed offer internship for anyone with a work visa. So can company create a similar program for international students? That is a question. I know the AWS mentorship program kind of avoid this visa issue that provide one of the solution, but is there anything else we can do? So I'm going to end with this question, just for the sake of time. For companies that want to recruit more women in STEM and maintain those that are already employed, so company must begin by creating professional development resource and opportunities that show growth and advancement of women in STEM that are available. I want to finish the last sentence to echo what Alexa said about the ecosystem. The company's ability to build community among their peers is highly valued to create a STEM education system. Thank you, everybody. Thank you for your time.
Well, great, thank you. I think every one of the panelists showed how companies, Ashland, Croda, Adhesius, DuPont, are committed. And not just committed in words, but committed in very specific actions. Again, in support of learners, but through the amazing work of educators. So I don't know, Daniel, do we have time for a question or do we need to close?
You actually do have like 7 minutes. So if you want to take a couple questions, that'd be totally fine.
Wonderful, thanks. Well, I think we'll draw questions. If anyone has a question, we'll draw from the chat. In the meanwhile, Pat, is there any wrap-up comments that you'd like to add in to the panel?
Sure. My name is Pat McCrummen, and I lead community and social impact for DuPont. I am so grateful to be able to work for a company that partners with amazing organizations like DFSME and FAME, and just, you know, as you heard, for over the last year with the Department of Education and Discovery Education, to really try to bring meaningful resources to teachers and to students that ultimately deepens their interest and creates that spark of discovery in thinking about what a STEM career might look like for them. So we will continue to, you know, across this set of companies, and there are many more companies in Delaware that are also focused on this. We work together to build this ecosystem of nonprofit partners, schools, teachers, students, and companies to make this happen. So I just want to thank everybody that's on this call today, and please feel free to reach out to me anytime. I'll drop my email in the chat if you have any questions or are looking for support or things like that. So thank you.
Thanks, Pat.
Sure.
How about we do a lightning round with our panelists and then before the next panel? And maybe a good question for the lightning round is, what's your biggest hope for the future? So Carol Marie, do you want to start?
Sure. I think my biggest hope is that for any child today, male, female, any child that has a passion, that has an interest, Pat just said spark, that they have the ability to have access to really see and experience what opportunities in STEM would be, and that they're encouraged by their parents, their teachers, their communities, so that if there's an interest, it's fed and it isn't allowed to wither. That would be my hope.
Beautiful, thank you. Mary Ann, what's your hope?
So thinking about the privilege that my son has been allotted, I hope that those same kind of opportunities happen in places like Newcastle and Wilmington, and that these inspirations, that hopefully we can recruit folks from industry and folks from other careers into education. You know, Randy will talk about, you know, the terrible need for STEM educators and educators in general across Delaware, so that hopefully there won't be those vacancies and that people will be breaking down the doors to teach these students.
Perfect. That's a great hope. Shenzhen?
Well, my ultimate goal is we don't have to talk about it anymore. But realistically, short-term goal is that, in particular, because I'm a chemist and there's a lot of stereotype about chemists and the misunderstanding about chemists from the TV shows and from rumors. So my short-term goal is to break these stereotype and bring more female to the chemistry field.
Perfect.
Great.
I think they were all covered. I'm not sure I can be additive, so maybe I'll just be aspirational. You know, my hope is that we've got a thriving world that's inclusive and that everyone can achieve their potential. It just doesn't matter if you're male or female. It doesn't matter what background you came from, that everyone can contribute, right? I think that's what we're all aiming towards. And we know the importance of STEM for a thriving world. So we've got to keep going. And I think we draw energy from each other. I'm super energized from this ecosystem, and I hope we can keep the vibe going. All right.
Thank you so much, Alexa. Thank you for co-chairing and for driving, and also to Pat, who jumped in and was very instrumental in pulling us together. Thank you so much.
Great. Thanks to all the panelists, everyone. It's our pleasure on behalf of all the sponsors today. It was our pleasure to be here. And again, a big shout out to our educators. You're the future that's helping make a huge difference. So thanks, everybody. And Daniel, back over to you.
Absolutely. Thank you so much. As everyone already said, fantastic panel. It seemed to be very well received, very well attended. We were actually running a couple minutes early, but I think we're ready to start the next panel, which was originally scheduled for 12:55. This one's about STEM community educators and will be co-led by Don Baker and Regina Sidney Brown. Don is from FAME Incorporated and Regina is from the Delaware After School Network. So assuming they are lined up, I'd like to kick it over to them. If not, I'm happy to keep talking. Regina, you there?
Don, I am here. How are you?
I'm doing well. Fantastic. Thank you both for joining us. Don, are you there?
I am. Good morning. Well, good afternoon.
Absolutely. I'll kick it over to the two of you.
Thank you.
Go ahead, Don.
I always defer to the ladies, so ladies first.
All right, so here we go. So love and respect and good afternoon. I am Regina Sidney Brown, Director of the Delaware After School Network, and I am joined with my co-moderator, Don Baker.
Thank you so much. I am Don Baker. I'm the CEO of Forum to Advance Minorities in Engineering, affectionately in these parts known as FAME Incorporated. And it's a pleasure to be here this morning or this afternoon with everyone. Anyone who knows me, and Randy is out here somewhere, Jamila and our hosts, thank you to all of the hosts. Thank you also to all the partners who've hopped in. Anyone who knows me knows that I am not a believer in the terminology or phraseology community educator. I'm sorry, I have to do it. But I believe education and learning happens anywhere. And certainly educators can come in a lot of different forms. I do understand that we have formal educators who've learned and trained many years for that. But certainly we're finding out that education is an extension of our world. And we're starting to see that, there's a beautiful marriage of our in-school, out-of-school, and libraries and museums and all these things that provide us with a wealth of opportunity. So just really quickly, if I may, as we talk about equity, as we talk about the things that our panelists are going to be discussing, I just want to take a quick minute and talk about what FAME does. So for those of you who don't know FAME has been around for about 46, 47 years. We're coming up on 50. I am an alum of FAME, and our focus has really been to inspire career confidence and align meaningful employment. And that largely has been for underrepresented populations, so females, and then Latinos, African Americans, Native Americans, and many others who haven't had opportunities or equity in education. I tell my story really quickly, as one of those students who was high achiever, always in classrooms that I was the only or one of the only. Very, very few opportunities for me to learn about myself or to learn about people who look like me. So, as a part of what FAME does, we focus very heavily, and you can't see it in my background, but the background for me is the many faces of STEM. When education and students are spending their time in school, we have to give them opportunities to really see themselves, because we know how much of that time they spend in a schoolhouse. So it's important that they get to see images of themselves. So as we talk about equity, you'll see my backdrop. You can learn a little bit more about what FAME is doing to inspire career confidence, to promote equity in academics and curriculum. But these are the things that we focus on. And I believe we each had 3 minutes. So I'm gonna stop right there and pass the mic back to you, Regina.
Thank you, Don. And so also we know that STEM, like Don said, that STEM happens everywhere. We know that STEM learning is key to breaking the generational cycles of poverty, to reducing income inequalities. It's greatly enhanced educational opportunity and has been particularly effective at advancing children of color and girls. We know that all children, regardless of their zip codes, race, ethnicity, national origin, and gender, have a basic right to the opportunity to prepare for the knowledge-based economy. And we know that after-school programs play a major role in providing meaningful science, technology, engineering, and math learning experiences to diverse groups of youth. These subjects help youth succeed in school and prepare them for careers that are driving the global economy growth. And so we want to welcome 5 distinguished panelists from DuPont, from Delaware Technical Community Education, Community College, Delaware 4-H, Let's Play Events, and Million Women Mentor Delaware to share their STEM equity stories. And so, like Don said, we knew that we have a small window. And so what we're going to do is we're going to hand it off to each one of our panelists to really tell their story. And then at the end, we want to have a call to action, and Don is going to lead the Q&A. So are we ready? All right now. So we're going to start with Aaron. Aaron, please tell us your STEM equity story. Unmute Aaron, because you're on a roll. We see you.
All right, now we got it, right? Okay, well, I'm not going to say good morning, everyone, kind of like we all have. It is the afternoon, but first I'm going to introduce myself and say my name is Erin Kennedy. And almost 5 years ago, I moved out here from Indianapolis to start my journey in Delaware, working as a synthetic organic chemist, which then also led to analytical chemist, an instrumentation scientist, and thermal analysis lab leader at DuPont. I've worked in pharma, then agricultural chemistry, but my job in material science at DuPont has been the most challenging because it's empowered me to learn every facet of chemistry while applying it to solving problems. But also, I wouldn't be a chemist without a high school chemistry teacher. I have 2 stories to share. And first, I feel it is important, and I feel these are important for this discussion today. So in high school, my sophomore chemistry teacher, she would write your name down if you got the top score on the exam. She'd write it on the chalkboard. And on the first exam, I didn't do well, and I kind of felt bad about that. And then I made it a goal to get my name written on the chalkboard. So the next exam, I got my name written on the chalkboard. And then eventually she stopped writing my name on the chalkboard, and my classmates always knew who got the top score and ruined the curve. I didn't really know this immediately, but Ms. Nowicki, my teacher, was calling my parents daily, telling them I needed to study chemistry and math. I needed to be in honors math classes. Luckily, my math teacher already took care of that the year prior. Take college level chemistry classes in high school, take physics, and pursue a career in chemistry. She also wanted me to get involved in Science Olympiad. And unfortunately, I didn't do that because I didn't think I was actually smart enough or good enough or anything. Everyone would be way better than I would. My parents were also very confused because I never did a science fair. I was afraid of story problems and math, but they listened. Later that first semester, Ms. Nowicki was diagnosed with ovarian cancer. I made sure she got flowers, cards from our class while in the hospital because I missed her so much. She was unable to teach AP chemistry that following year, which made me sad. We found out she passed away the following semester. I did tell her I'd be a chemistry major in college, starting pre-med. During our senior awards night, I received a $2,000 scholarship for chemistry in Ms. Nowicki's name. In college, I was not actually on track to get a BA in chemistry because all of my friends were getting a BS in chemistry. So I just took all the classes they were doing and decided maybe I'd just be not just be a scientist, maybe I'd become a scientist in the lab and find another way to help people. Then, during my time at IUPUI in Indianapolis, I became very active in the American Chemical Society. And currently I am the director of the local Delaware section, along with Rob Mischer at Widener University. And during my time at IUPUI and after my undergraduate studies, I was a 2-year National Science Foundation GK through 12 fellow. which meant I worked in a high school through the week with a teacher and brought my natural products research to the classroom. I created labs for 3 different chemistry classes, including AP chemistry, so they would be generally different difficulties. And then I was also a mentor, someone the students could go to for help with their homework, not there to grade. We had a group of students that were from Burma, specifically the Chin State, who were refugees in Indianapolis on the south side of Indianapolis. There was always a little bit of a language barrier, but there was one student in the honors chemistry class. She asked me questions every day and eventually became less shy with me. And at 16 years old, I swear she went through more than any of us could go through in a lifetime. One day she told me she didn't believe she belonged in this class because there weren't many people like her, like from Burma or female. No one really liked her. Her friends were all in the regular chemistry class. So that's where she belonged because that's where her people were. So why was she put in honors? Well, I told her because she's smart, inquisitive, and has an incredible drive to learn. She just doesn't see it. And I told her to make sure she knows she belongs here, and I'll be here to help her all along the way. I did. She then participated in Project SEED, worked in our lab, studied chemistry at IUPUI in Indianapolis. Anytime she called, I was there to help with her college courses and also went to her Independence Day celebration since it meant so much for her to have me there as a guest. She taught me about her rich culture, which started my love of meeting people from all over the world. And that's something that science has also done to help me. As a co-director of the Delaware ACS section, I'm working towards helping further mentorship in the state. I'm a new volunteer with the mechanical team on the Mo robotics team. I see these students. One thing I don't always see, and I'm going to be honest here, is that sometimes I don't always see the mentors just asking the students, talking to them, just kind of asking them about their aspirations or just talking to them, really building that connection, which I think is really important. And I see these students brighten up when I tell them that other adults should listen to their ideas, even if they're younger, excitedly listen to their interests for college. See students even grow as mentors for new team members on a new task. And seeing those things are incredible. I had a student talking to me about experiments he ran on different thermoset resins on a 3D printer and all these different ways the plastics were. 17 years old, and building an engineering room for other students to have projects and have fun and learn and build. I see a connection with the Mo robotics team as a bridge to bring Project SEED back in Delaware. Seeing students learning in a college laboratory or at a company can be very valuable. Also, with robotics team, it's not a summer program, but Project SEED is. Students want to learn all year long. And that's something I've learned from experiences and even from teachers today. We were working towards getting more science fairs in each county in Delaware and hopefully can provide a workshop for teachers. I would imagine as science teachers, it is easy to sometimes forget that love of science, and providing a space for teachers to learn, maybe learn experiments from volunteers for the classroom, kind of akin to my GK through 12 fellowship. That could be beneficial and something that has also been successful in the past at DuPont. I've been writing down everything you have been saying today that these students need because it's important. This seminar has been completely eye-opening of what is needed in the state to help teachers, whether it is financial and even just decreasing the worries so they can focus more on the students too.
Aaron, thank you so much. I really hate to do this, but I have to do it. Really appreciate it. We have to hop to our next panelist. Allow them to have time. And I'm going to forewarn all of our panelists. Please check your chat. You will get a 1-minute warning in your chat box just so that we can stay on top and stay on time. So I'm sorry so much, but James Carter, please, you're next.
Hello. My name is Dr. James Carter. I am a new hire in the chemistry department at Del Tech, a full-time instructor. I've got a very different path that I'd like to share with you as to how it is I've wound up where I'm at now, and it's kind of a beautiful poster child story of being an ACS scholar and kind of a full circle thing. I'm actually a high school dropout, and I came hailing from the Bay Area in Northern California. Left high school my junior year, worked in hospitality for a number of years. And in my early 20s, I found myself at the Napa Valley Community College, Harvard by the Highway, as we used to like to call it. I spent many years at the community college making up for lost time in high school, but at some point I was finally able to take university transferable courses. And it's there that I met my general chemistry professor, Dr. Stephen Fall. Over the years, Dr. Fall would encourage me, he would push me, he would mentor me. I took every chemistry class he offered from Gen Chem through organic chemistry. And during that time, it was actually Dr. Fall who helped me stumble upon the ACS Scholars Program. So part of my path, before we had STEM, we had MESA, Mathematics, Engineering, Science Achievement. It was for low income, first to family generation to go to college, underrepresented minorities, if you will. My mother happens to be Native American, so I fell into all three of those categories. And I was surprised to find the number of hours one could spend searching for scholarship opportunities. I mean, there's absolutely a scholarship out there for everyone. I imagine there's a scholarship just meant for Eskimos with blue eyes. But if you happen to be Eskimo and you happen to have blue eyes, like that money is for you. And so I spent a lot of time trying to track down some of these scholarships. And in this adventure, it was actually Dr. Fall, who happened to be a very active ACS community member at that time, who was aware of the ACS Scholars Program. He actually sponsored my application. And in the end, I not only became a one-time recipient of the ACS scholarship, but they actually continued to renew that scholarship for all of my time at the community college until I was accepted to transfer to the University of California, Davis. And so after transferring to the university, the ACS continued again to renew those scholarships and really helped take care of me financially to see me throughout my entire bachelor's degree program. I graduated with a degree in environmental toxicology, returned to the community college shortly thereafter, and got a job working for Dr. Fall as the chemistry stockroom technician and as one of the teaching assistants for all of his chemistry laboratory sections. Over the course of another couple years, Dr. Fall encouraged me to go to graduate school. I found a world-renowned German physicist who studied in X-ray spectroscopy. They did some of their work at the synchrotron facility above UC Berkeley at the Advanced Light Source, and also was a full professor at the University of Nevada, Las Vegas. So I applied to join his research group, was obviously accepted, moved on, and eventually obtained a PhD in physical chemistry. And this actually just happened within the last couple of years. And since graduating, I was an adjunct lecturer for the university, ended up doing a postdoc at Penn State in material science. Go Aaron. And then after that, we finally settled out here in Delaware. And my aspirations this entire time have been to get myself back into the community college arena. I mean, this is the place where I came from. This is the place that spawned me. And I've always been interested in kind of giving back to the same community that helped me become who I am today. And I was so very excited when we got here to Wilmington to find out that Del Tech had been looking for a full-time, tenured track faculty member, if you will, for the last couple years, and really hadn't had much success. So I applied there, and just over the summer, completed the interview process, and am now full-time faculty member, teaching a range of both transferable and non-transferable chemistry courses. I love both versions of it, the sections that are for those who've never had chemistry before, and also, Gen Chem 2, kinetics, thermo, electrochem, things of that sort. So I'm ever so pleased to be back in this environment and to being, influential in helping to mentor and groom the next up and coming generation of aspiring chemists. And so recently I was at the ACS award ceremony where I met a few of you and had mentioned that I was a recipient of the ACS Scholars Program, to which I was invited to give a short talk today. So that's my story, and here I am. So thank you for the invitation.
thank you, James, so much for your story. We greatly appreciate all the work that you're doing with our young people. So thank you, thank you, thank you. Next up, we have 4-H. All right, Doug.
Good morning, everyone. Very happy to be here with you this morning. I do serve as the state program leader for the Delaware 4-H program. And for many people, they don't realize 4-H actually comes from the University of Delaware as part of them being a land-grant university. We have 2 of those land-grant universities in Delaware. Delaware State University is also a land-grant university. So 4-H is part of both of those university programs. And we're housed in the College of Ag and Natural Resources, but we're referred to as Delaware Cooperative Extension. And that has 4 components: agricultural, we have the family and consumer science, and they're getting ready to change their names to health and well-being. And we have the Hort agents, but we also have the youth component, and that's 4-H. So I'm here to tell you, if you know anything about 4-H, it is not about raising cows or just cooking food or canning, because that's the stereotype that's out there. And it just kills me sometimes when I go in a room and that's what people say, well, you have to live on a farm to be in 4-H. And that's so far from the truth. Here in Delaware, only 3% of our youth come from farms. So, 97% are coming from a variety of areas of the community, wanting to learn and grow and develop and see new things. So I will tell you, though, that I had a 20-year career in banking prior to this. And, during those 20 years, very stressful job, worked for a very large company, did a lot of good stuff in my career. But my greatest joy during those 20 years was being a volunteer for the Delaware 4-H program. I had a club in the little city of Harrington, about mid-state in Kent County, had 140 kids. Normal club size is about 30. 140 kids. That was my greatest stress reliever, was working with those kids. So today, I now have just finished my 22nd year with the University of Delaware. 15 of those years, I served as the Kent County educator right there in Kent County. And then for the last 8 years, I have been the state program leader. So I have the greatest job of all of you on this screen. I get to work with youth every day. And it's just it's a passion of mine. And I like to work with the underdogs especially, but I get an opportunity to work with a vast array of kids that come from all different areas of life and all different interests. And again, we take them and we do as many things possible that we can with those youth. Now in 4-H, we do a variety of delivery modes. We have our community clubs. We're dependent on volunteers to run our program. So we have adult volunteers throughout the state. We have 80 clubs that are now currently happening in our community. We also do camps, and we do programs in schools, school enrichment programs. We do after school, and that's, I think, my connection here with Regina today is that we're a strong proponent of after school programs, and currently we're working with 13 sites, various audiences, size, and all those sites. Some that we lead, but some that we're asked to come in and do 4-H programming, for the kids that are part of those sites. Currently, 4-H has, and I guess I should tell you, hopefully you've seen the green clover before. It can be a white clover also, but it's the 4-H's, head, heart, hands, and health that we base our programming around. We use a learn by doing theme, providing that with the use of an experiential learning model, all to teach kids, different things that maybe they had not been able to learn before. But we do that around 3 national mission mandate areas, one being healthy living, the second being civic engagement, and the third, and the major one for me, is STEM and technology. So in our programs, I have a strong passion to want to provide kids an opportunity to learn about science. Now, let me tell you my secret today. When I was in school, I did finish school. I did go to college. I went through in an I have an accounting degree, a finance background, but in school, I hated science. Oh my goodness, I just didn't even want to be in science classes. I did well in them, but I did not like science. But as I have grown and worked with kids and been able to work in 4-H, oh my goodness, I'm just fascinated by science and what it can show us and what it can teach us. And so I have a passion, and my staff that work for me in 4-H know that my passion is making STEM and science something that all kids can not only receive, but can appreciate and want to do. So we do have a purpose with our programs. We try to make them hands-on, try to make them interactive. We try to make them engaging. I sometimes want the kids to be learning about science and not even know that they're learning about science. So, I think that's such a critical part in life today, is that, you know, kids, when you talk about science, you know, they say, oh, no, I don't want to do science. I do that in school. Well, so, and one of my counterparts here, and she's probably going to make this comment too, science is in everything that we do. And if you look a little deeper, you can find that, and you can try to explain that to kids. And that little tweak and that little interest, you know, sometimes sparks an interest in something that they might want to do. And 4-H, you know, we do a lot of different science programs. We do have those animal science programs. You know, I never raised animals when I was in 4-H, and been around the program now over 50 years. Never raised an animal, but my daughters raised sheep, and they learned so much from that sheep project. And I could, you know, spend the next 10 minutes on what they learned just from raising sheep. But we do have those programs. We do have shooting sports programs. You know, kids love archery, and we do teach about guns, but we teach about the safety and the proper use of guns and rifles and other items. We do have robotics programs. One of our great success stories is we have a robotics club in our military youth program. These kids didn't have any access to those robotics, but we had a volunteer come in and wanted to work with those military-related youth, and they've done very well at competitions and have learned so much. We do those type of educational bowls. We do an educational bowl around avian bowl. You know, kids can answer questions related to poultry and avian influenza and other things in that topic area that, you know, I don't even begin to know the answers to sometimes, but they have an interest. They want to learn. They want to absorb all that information. We have a horse bowl, and, you know, 29 teams a year compete. And I would say more than 60% of the kids are horseless, which means they don't even have a horse. They just have an interest in learning and trying to understand more about that. And we do, you know, we're getting ready to come up on our National Youth 4-H Science Day. And this year, I had to look it up real quickly. You know, the 4-H STEM Challenge, which was produced by Rutgers University this year. They go out to universities, different universities every year, about the explorers of the deep. And it sounds so intriguing, and I can't wait to open up the kit when we're doing this with kids and learn with them as we go. So in our program, yeah, we do have after school programs. And again, I want to mention them again, because typically the kids that come into those programs need additional help. They need additional time. They need additional mentorship. And, you know, we do all that, but we also have school enrichment at the end of that program every day. And a lot of that deals around STEM. And so my staff are always looking for fun, engaging activities to do with them so that they can learn.
Doug, I hate to do it to you.
That's okay.
I hate to do it to you.
I had that gift.
I sent you a couple of chats.
Well,
so.
and I meant to tell you, I am very poor about looking.
I know you were on the roll. I hate to do it. I hate to do it, but we have to keep moving.
It's okay, Doug. I understand.
So just really quickly before we move to the next one, Tara, you are awesome. STEM is a practice sport. I saw that. In fact, my dog got skunked, and my kids practice STEM by creating concoction to clean up the mess. So it is a practice sport. So without any further delay, our next panelist is Candace Brown from Play Events. And I will be sending you a message in the chat with 1 minute remaining. So please pay attention to the chat, folks. Thank you. Candace.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Candace Brown, and I am the president of Let's Play Events, which stands for Provide Learning Activities for Youth. I have been an educator for over 30 years now. I have worked with infants, babies 6 weeks old, to adult learners. I also am an adjunct at Del Tech James in Wilmington on Orange Street. So I also teach adult learners how to work with younger kids in the early education department. So with that being said, I am celebrating my 4th year of Let's Play. On October 8th was our 4th year. And I started Let's Play, my apologies. I started Let's Play off the strength of, I had been in education for a long time, and anybody that has ever taught or knows anything about teaching, one of the teacher's goals is to have children meet their milestones and meet their goals as far as comprehension and making sure that they move to the next level. And I just remembered that during that time that I was in school, that I was always really focused on that. And at some point I forgot that learning was supposed to be fun, that children learn through play. And that was when I realized that I needed to do something different. It was time to take all these years of service, these many different age groups, these many different positions that I've had as a director at a Boys and Girls Club, as a community service person at Children and Families First, being in the school district. It was time to take all of these elements and devote it all to having fun with kids, which is what I originally started at. That's what it was all about. I've dedicated my whole career to having fun. So I went back and I started my business 4 years ago. That was pre-COVID, and it looked a lot different than it does now. We had to do some shifting as everybody with the scenario. And when I started to do research to find out what the kids needed during the time of COVID in its heaviest position, the research that I found was that our children were really struggling with STEM, with the virtual learning. And my goal is always to be able to support them where they needed the most help. So I was lucky enough to find an after-school program contract and to be able to interact with kids with after school and to focus on STEM. But instead of it making it like Doug was saying before, making it being so you're doing STEM, we found fun activities that focused on STEM with a lesson plan and individual kids. So we created these lesson plans with lessons that had a literacy component, a physical component, and then an actual lesson with a kid that we created that went with either science, and then we use smart boards as our technology. Sometimes we let them know that anything that was electronic, like calculators, anything that was created was technology, and then engineering and mathematics. And the kids began to really get into it. They really grew from it, and they were excited to see us, and they wanted to do all these different things. And sometimes at the very end, I was like, you know what? You just did science. You're a scientist. And just to see the smile on their face in that space. And then I work with kids that are mostly in poverty, brown and black and skinned, and they just they have this preconception that we don't know how to do science or we're not good at math. And I just wanted to try to open things up for them and let them know that. And some of it is just with the definition. I only have 1 minute, really? Oh, wow. Okay, well, I'll just say this one thing, that with my kids, I wanted to try to move things in so that they can make things that they can actually use. So one of the things that we talked about was making a degreaser. So we made a degreaser with lemon juice, baking soda, dishwashing liquid, and water. And they were so excited because it had a chemical reaction. It bubbled up with the lemon juice and the baking soda. And then they went home and they degreased something in their house. And the kids came back and said they degreased their stove, they degreased things in their bathroom, and they actually made something that they could use with their parents and they could recreate it again. And I was super excited. Just things like that is priceless. So, sorry.
Thank you, Candace, so much. We greatly appreciate it. Thank you, Timekeeper Don. So next we have Jennifer. So Jennifer's going to talk about, and she's going to bring us home around why volunteers and volunteerism is so important. So Jennifer.
Thank you, Regina. I'll see if I can avoid Don's hook. I'm going to skip the personal story other than to mention to James that I'm also a UC Davis Aggie, so go Aggies. Thanks so much for this opportunity to speak to the conference. I'm Jennifer Kamech, and I'm honored to serve as the co-chair of Million Women Mentors Delaware. As she told you this morning, Lieutenant Governor Bethany Hall Long is my co-chair and also serves as the national honorary co-chair for Million Women Mentors. And I'm wearing my MWM pink as she was today. DFSME was really instrumental in bringing Million Women Mentors to Delaware, and I really want to give a shout out to Randy and Terry and PJ and Ann for all their continued support. The organization's mission is to encourage girls and women to pursue, persist, and thrive in STEM careers through the power of mentoring. We were formed in 2014, and the network has fostered over 2.5 million successful mentoring relationships, really far exceeding our original goal of 1 million. As you've heard earlier today, women make up 52% of the college-educated workforce, but only 29% of the STEM workforce. That's up from 24% when we first were founded, but we really can and must do much better than that. And why? Why is that important? Yeah, as you all know, STEM is the key to the US employment and prosperity. It's where the jobs are. The number of STEM jobs has surpassed the number of non-STEM jobs by 3 times since the year 2000. But the gap between males and females in the STEM workforce tells a story of squandered human potential, untapped talent that really, as a country, we really can't afford to lose. STEM careers also pay the highest wages. You've heard that mentioned several times today. The average annual mean wage of all STEM occupations is nearly double that of all occupations. And some of the highest STEM jobs, computer science and engineering, that's where we have the lowest percentage of female participation. So really, what is Million Women Mentors doing to help close this gender gap? We're really using mentoring as one of the most effective ways to propel and support girls and women on STEM pathways. Research has shown that individuals with mentors have improved academic, social, and economic prospects. For women in STEM fields, it's become increasingly important for young women to have role models to help them gain confidence and increase opportunities. MWM promotes the power of mentoring to spark the interest of girls to seek a STEM education and to instill confidence in women to pursue leadership opportunities once they're in their careers. We know that mentoring is effective. Girls with mentors are 2.5 times more likely to be confident in their ability to succeed in school and careers. And mentors serve as guides and role models and can have life-changing impacts. And it works at every age and stage. Young girls develop mentee relationships with adult women and are really able to envision a future for themselves. The adage, if you can't see it, you can't be it, really holds true. Female professionals who have mentors can access necessary advice and support to help them in their careers. And so one of the main reasons Million Women Mentors exist is to work with corporations in their corporate mentoring programs to help do some matchmaking with the school programs, as you've heard about from my fellow panelists today. And we really want to show companies that these community mentoring opportunities can create just great opportunities for their employees as well. It's a win-win for everybody involved. Research has shown that volunteering and mentoring can deliver benefits such as employee commitment, motivation and retention, higher morale, better working relationship, and it really hones leadership skills that sometimes you can't get in your corporate job, but you can in a volunteer setting. As you can imagine, corporate mentoring can take on several different forms. It can be a one-on-one relationship, group mentoring, where a mentor is matched with a small cohort, or team mentoring, where several mentors work with groups of mentees. And all of these models can work virtually, they can work in person, especially if the mentees are able to travel to the workplace during or after school. But in-person mentoring can also go to where the students are, in community spaces, nonprofit organizations, museums, and in school, of course. Another way that Million Women Mentors executes is through our state's initiative. We have about 40 state chapters who participate in the national movement, engaging both men and women in mentoring activities. Here in Delaware, we focus on connecting schools and girl-serving organizations such as Dean and FAME and others to STEM leaders in corporations, government, and academia. We also tap into the national movement to share best practices and learn about effective programs in other states. Here in Delaware, we regularly host STEM leaders luncheons to develop connections and conversations between girl-serving organizations, educators, and corporate leaders. But we had one just, was it last week, Regina, week before? Really great conversation, just informal brunch where we got together and made impactful connections. For the past 2 years, we've also helped Jackie Means, who's been mentioned before, organize a Women and Girls in STEM Day in March during Women's History Month, and to raise awareness really among the policymakers in Dover. We hosted those down in Dover. And at this year's STEM Day, we unveiled the Outstanding Women in STEM Awards to highlight some of Delaware's previously hidden figures. And we want to make that an annual event. We'll be reaching out to have you all nominate outstanding women that we may not have known about otherwise. So I encourage you to reach out if you're a teacher or you represent a girls serving organization in need of volunteers or mentors for your girls or for your STEM professional or for your professionals in your organizations. We can mentor not only the girls, but your professionals and your adult volunteers as well, if they need some, extra STEM help. And we're also looking to recruit more STEM professionals and employee groups who are looking for those volunteer opportunities. So we just love to make those connections and do that matchmaking. So I'll drop our email address in the chat, and hopefully we'll hear from you. Thank you.
So thank you, Jennifer. Wonderful, wonderful way to wrap up the panel. We are just going to close out. We've been given maybe 7 more minutes. We're going to close out by going back and asking one simple question to the panelists. Please, folks, take about 1 minute to wrap this. And if you want to build on someone else's answer and be brief, do that as well. So we've heard great stories. We've heard about great organizations and institutions. So here's my question. My question to all of you briefly is, so what is it going to take to promote STEM student success? What is that one thing that each one of you think will help move us further down the road? So let's go back to the top and let's start with Aaron.
All right, I'll try to make this as short as possible. One thing I would say is normalize it. Normalize science. Normalize women being in science. I mean, when someone draws a picture of a scientist and they don't draw a woman, I think of myself doing that too. That's something we need to change. If you have nieces or anyone, just encourage people that they can do it.
Awesome, awesome. And I will add minorities in general. So yes,
yeah,
absolutely.
Yeah,
absolutely.
Everyone.
Absolutely. Let's roll back down to James. James.
I'm going outreach and advertising. I mean, I only know about this opportunity because there was somebody in our department when I was in the community college who knew. And I also, I look around the resources that were available at my community college, and even though they stuffed us down in the basement, we had our own Mesa room. That's where we could all go eat lunch, have a dry erase board. It was all the mathematics, engineering, science. It was all the men, all the women, all the minorities. Like, we were all part of the program, so we all had a home. And I look around Del Tech and we have some designated space. There is a room, but it isn't anyone's. I don't think people understand how to take more advantage of that space. And I just like to see it be a more welcoming and inclusive environment.
Love it. Make room, make space. Great message. All right, Doug.
I'm going to say helping to connect the dots. So many kids are thinking every day about what they want to do in their life, and the connection is just not there, that it could be around science, but their interest could be around science, and helping that connection about what they can do and want to do. And it's so important to learn and be involved in science today. And also helping our volunteers, because I listened to Jennifer's comments, helping our volunteers understand how they can help connect those dots and lead this education process.
Love it, Doug. I do this all the time. Kids love sneakers. They love cool stuff. Show them the science and the STEM in that. So great message. All right, Candace, Ms. Brown.
Yeah, I would say a community approach. So it's not, so I know that we're trying to engage the children, but we also need to engage their parents, because children don't make decisions for themselves. If we can also help parents to see the importance of this to them and how it can further their children, because parents just want the best for their kids and the people that are involved in the kids' lives, because they don't really make decisions for themselves. So a community approach.
100%. And Jennifer, I told you were going to get the last word.
Bring
us home.
Well, I just would put the onus on all of us to do better about reaching out to the kids groups, reaching out to the schools. And we need to not only encourage more girls and minorities and children in general to go into STEM careers, but we need a more STEM literate population. We've seen that through the vaccine deniers, the climate change deniers. We just can't have a population that doesn't understand how important these big issues are for our future and our survival.
We couldn't say it any better than that. So this has been a great discussion. I hope folks have learned about some organization or institution that they haven't heard of before. And ultimately, I think my friend James said it best, is let's stay connected. Doug, connecting the dots. I think the other thing that my co-chair Regina and I would agree on, I hope, is that we also need to show them that there's a future earnings. There's also a path to changing legacies of families. I think that is vital, that if they can see it, they can be it, but also know that there is a bright future ahead for them. So I want to thank DFS&Me, thank all of the sponsors for hosting, and let's all stay connected, folks. Really enjoyed the panel. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Don.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Wonderful panel, everyone. Really appreciate your time. It's hard to believe it's already almost 2 o'clock. And with that in mind, I want to transition very quickly to our last session for the day. Facilitator Dr. Cora Scott from the Delaware Department of Education, talking to us about challenging ourselves to take the next bold step in STEM and beyond. So without further ado, I will pass it right off to Cora.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm so excited to be here. You've had an amazing day of learning and conversation and connecting. So I know you had some great presenters and speakers. Thank you, Lieutenant Governor Bethany Hall-Long, for opening the day. And gosh, I mean, Delaware STEM Council was present. I know members of the Department of Education team presented. DSU, WilMU from higher ed. I know that we had our curriculum folks from Discovery Ed and Open Sci-Ed, FAME and DuPont, and just, I mean, the list goes on of fantastic, amazing partners in this work. And so I hope you have enjoyed your day. I'm excited to be here. And so let me see if I can get my computer to share my screen. Then we can jump in. All right. So somebody just give me a thumbs up if you can see that. Okay.
Yeah, we can see it.
Perfect. All right, great. So want to first just say thank you to Randy and DFS&Me for allowing me to be here today. I'm honored to have an opportunity to share my thoughts and to be with all of you, such amazing educators. I'm in awe at the level of knowledge and passion for STEM education that each of you possess. I know that the students in Delaware are in the greatest hands possible with all of you. I know that you put their success at the forefront. And so this is just really fantastic and exciting work. My goal for our time today, which is just short because I know you're kind of wrap up into getting on with your weekend, but I want to engage you in a little bit of a reflection about your personal experiences. I'll share a little bit about my experiences and then some reflection around the learning from today's engagement. And so I hope when you leave here today, you'll leave with a call to action to make equity embedded into the strategies and decisions that you make every day to ensure that we truly are striving for the goal of STEM for all students, no exceptions. And so this week on October 12th, the U.S. Department of Ed launched the You Belong to STEM initiative. I don't know if all of you saw that, but it was kind of perfect timing and very exciting to land right when this conference was happening. And so the U.S. Deputy Secretary of Education, Cindy Martin, she explained that their goal is to strive to help districts and schools redesign systems and learning spaces to ensure students get the well-rounded education that they need. She also said that we must challenge the narratives about who belongs in STEM learning and STEM careers. And so those narratives have for generations left out millions of girls, young women, students of color, students living in poverty, Native Americans, Alaska Native students, students with disabilities, and other marginalized groups. She strongly emphasized that every student, no matter their background or their zip code, can meet and exceed their unique potential to learn and thrive in STEM education. So this is like really exciting kind of timing for all of this. And so we're about to engage in a time we're going to see a lot of guidance and other technical assistance from the Department of Education, pulling together collaboration and efforts with STEM partners and leaders across the nation to elevate those best practices and to move the needle on what it really means to ensure all young people are able to succeed and be successful in STEM. And so we know that in STEM education, it's where we utilize an inquiry-based approach to learning. Students engage in this learning with both their hands and their minds. They do things through experiential learning opportunities, and they apply the components of STEM, that's science, technology, engineering, and math, to reveal to real-world problems and come up with solutions to answer difficult questions. We are developing them for their future. And so it's super exciting and hard work, but we are helping them make connections between school, the community, and even the global world, enterprise, and economy. And we know that we need the best curriculum and the best educators with high quality professional learning and support for them to make it all happen. But if we truly want to achieve the goal of STEM being for all young people, we have to ensure that equity is embedded in all facets of the work and that we are removing barriers to ensure access and opportunity for all. And so I provide you with these definitions here on this slide around equity, because these are two that resonate with me and that I often use them and apply them to most of my work in education. And so I'm going to read them here to you. You can see that I've added the word STEM in the front because I think that these definitions apply to any area of education and definitely applies to equity in STEM. STEM equity is the elimination of the predictability of success or failure by any social or cultural factor and the dismantling of inequitable practices and policies. And then the second one, STEM educational equity means that each child receives what they need to develop to their full academic and social potential. And so I believe that both of these definitions apply. We have to remove those barriers. We have to remove the bias that we come to the table with at times, but we also have to make sure that we are providing the supports and the resources that students need to be successful. And so those are two definitions that I think apply to the work that we have ahead in STEM. So I want to provide you just a brief glimpse into one of my whys for the work that I do in education. And so you can see this list here on this slide. When I was a first-year teacher, I was actually a special education teacher in a school that was moving to a full inclusive model for students with disabilities. And so we were in a summer retreat and planning session where our school leaders were discussing the focus for the year and what our priorities were going to be. And so they were using, some of the words you see there: inclusion, motivate, valued, celebrating diversity, all those right words that made me as a new teacher excited for the work ahead for the school year. But when we actually started to look at our student data and we started to really have conversations around root cause analysis, we were, really digging in deep, like down to discussing individual students and trying to talk about strategies and planning forward to support our students' success. And so this second list that I'm providing you are the list of words that I heard and that I saw people starting to write down as they were working through the root cause analysis. And so for me, what was so impactful for me with what I was seeing and hearing is that I was watching the list grow, and I began to realize that if that was a list with check boxes, and it was a list about me and my name was there, many of the boxes in that list would have been checked. And so the conversation turned to the barriers and the reasons why students weren't performing and how these were things that schools can't change. And so it really made me start to think and wonder what people's perceptions of me were when I was in school, or maybe even as an adult, a new educator. Made me think about, was I being counted out, or was there a focus on what was perceived as my deficits versus recognizing the potential that I had? Wondering what expectations people had of me. So it was really impactful experience and really drives the work that I do today. And I want to be very clear that I don't think any educator in that room with me that day, or any educator in our classrooms today, don't believe that their students can't be successful, or had any ill intentions. I too have found myself falling in the focus of the barriers and the challenges. And I really just believe that we have to flip that and really focus on the positive assets that students bring to the table and how we can build on that. And that can help us move forward with the work around equity. And so I just leave you with a couple questions to kind of keep with yourself as you go and do the work. What are our beliefs about the students in front of us? And do our language and actions match our beliefs? And so I urge you to keep pushing yourself, reminding yourself of the assets that students bring to the table and how we can move them forward and capitalize on them. And so there is a sense of urgency around the work ahead related to STEM education and STEM careers. We just heard a lot of data around the numbers and the positions and the careers that are out there. And so we really have to make this a priority to ensure that we are giving access and opportunity for all students, all really meaning all. So we're super fortunate in Delaware that we're leading great work around equity in STEM. We're fortunate to have very amazing educators like yourselves put kids first. You're challenging the status quo when it comes to STEM education. And what we've seen in the past in education is that sometimes we operate from that premise of students and communities needing to be saved. We're looking more at, like I said, those deficits. And so we need to really push hard and shift our focus to a lens of their assets and how we can build on those assets. Making sure that people are valued for what they bring to the classroom, not just what they need to work on. And so remember that we have to constantly be thinking about how we can remove barriers for access and opportunity, and really pushing ourselves to think about what are our advisement processes, how are students getting access, are there hurdles in the way that we're not allowing certain groups of students to enter into STEM coursework and STEM learning. Keep pushing yourself in those areas, and we will continue to make great strides and have great impact for the students in Delaware. And so I just want to share a few of today's highlights. There are so many great things that were shared today. I couldn't possibly capture it all, but wanted to touch on a few things that kind of hit me, and then I'm going to give you an opportunity to kind of share a little bit from what you learned and experienced today. So you can kind of see the list that I've shared there. It was really interesting to hear the Department of Education talk about the driving board and how that can be used to get students engaged and asking good questions and really creating a safe space for risk in the classroom. I think I mentioned before the partners from Discovery Ed and Open SciEd sharing about the resources and materials that we're hearing and we're seeing, and we're learning that students are excited about those resources. So that's really something to be proud of and to continue to work towards. We also heard representatives from Del State They shared their stories of how that special person recognized their potential, provided them the encouragement so that they could pursue their interest in STEM. And we also heard about the relationships, the importance of relationships between educators and students, and making sure that students' voices are heard and that they're seen. So consider that and continue to think about that as you connect your students with individuals in the field. As you are selecting those materials and resources, students have to see themselves in the field of STEM and the world of STEM to feel like it's possible for them and their future. So those are just a few highlights that I wanted to kind of capture for you today. But I also wanted to have you provide for us some feedback around what's top of mind for you right now as you kind of wrap up your day at this conference. So I'm going to ask you to pick one of those questions. So what was a lesson learned today about STEM equity? So something maybe an aha for you or something you hadn't thought about. Or what is an area that you think we should continue to explore for Delaware? And so I'm going to ask you just to, in the chat, go ahead and take a minute to throw your thoughts and ideas in the chat. And then I'm going to see if I can find somebody that's willing with, you can use the hand emoji to actually share out your idea, but everybody can throw it in the chat, and then let's see if we can get a person or two to kind of share out your thoughts. Great idea, sharing resources, humanize science and math so students can relate better. Listen, caught that. Being silent and listening, definitely. Great ideas. Anyone in the group willing to come off mute and just mute and share out what you're thinking? No, I don't see any hands raised. Oh, there we go. I see. Donald, do you want to share, Donald Baker?
I do. And what I'm about to say may be a little wonky because I don't know if it's mandated or not, but it just dawned on me that folks have heard me say this before, and I mean it, and I'm intentional about it. I think that for years, especially for girls and students of color, only learning about men and white men in particular as mathematicians and scientists, I honestly feel like that has been darn near criminal, right? Because as a little boy growing up, had I not had the parents I had, I really wouldn't have had the confidence that I had to be interested in science, interested in math. And I'm just curious to know whether or not we expect students to retain information and learn and get grades. Is the department or are our school districts graded on the amount of equity and diversity that they include in their curriculum? Because seeing it in order to be it is vital, and we keep saying that. But if it's not a mandate, it should be.
So thank you for sharing, Donald, and I appreciate your comments. Actually, yes, I'd say in more recent years, there's actually recent legislation, House Bill 198, that focuses on equity in education and really sets parameters around some of the things that you're saying, right? The selection of curriculum, ensuring that students are getting access to resources that represent diverse cultures and communities. And also there's, I believe it's Regulation 220, if my memory serves me right, around diversity that really gets at that for districts and charters around their success plans. So great points to be made. And I still think there's a lot of great work that needs to be done in those areas. But yes, it's definitely a priority for the department and the state. So thank you for kind of putting that out there for the group. One more want to share? Or is that it? I saw a couple other hands, but now they're down.
There's a hand up from Tina Mitchell and one from Ms. Kay Graham.
Tina, do you want to share?
Can you hear me?
Yes, we
Okay,
can.
perfect. So I'm leaving thinking about advocacy. And I'm saying that from the perspective of advocating for our K-12 students first, but then for our teachers second. I think that a lot of times we have these great intentions, but we still revert back to what we are comfortable with. And that's from a leadership perspective, that's even from a teacher perspective. We talk about, recognizing the humanity that exists within our students and their classrooms, but we still continue to use resources, even our high quality resources still don't speak to who our students are that sit in front of us. And we don't give teachers the freedom to do what they need to do in terms of presenting students with not just resources, but with quality content and materials that allow them to see themselves, not just physically, but in terms of their communities, in terms of their peers, in terms of historical figures, to see themselves in the curriculum. And I think that that's a big problem. And so I would hope that we continue to have these conversations and we think about really what is it that we need to do so that we respect the teachers that we are producing, the creativity that they bring to the table, and trust their ability to educate the students that sit in front of them, not the students that are some generalizable figures that are produced by publishing companies because that's what's easy for them to do.
Thank you for sharing that. And I agree with you. And I think, you kind of hit the nail on the head. I think opportunities for collaboration and conversation like today to come together with folks who are, working in the field of STEM education and sharing ideas and sharing resources. Because like you said, you won't find a publisher that has any material made that's just perfect for everybody, right? And every student. And so the professionals in the field can work together to curate resources and things that can kind of meet some of those unique needs that may not be represented in all of the materials that, you can purchase and buy. So I think you're right. I think these kinds of conferences, I know the Department of Education pulls together STEM educators. And so there could be deep conversation there, as well as, of course, I'm sure in schools, your learning communities and those kinds of things to kind of share the resources that are available to you. So you're right, needs to be continued work and collaboration to kind of dig deep because we can't you won't find it just, sitting on a shelf somewhere. So that's why we need your expertise to come to the table and share. Thank you. All right, so we're running out of time. So last piece for me is a call to action. So I want each of you to just take a minute and in the chat, commit to one action step that you will do when you leave here today to advance equity in STEM. And so we've heard a lot of great things today, a lot of ideas, a lot of thought-provoking questions that I think are going to be wonderful in moving the work forward. But I want each of you to commit to an action step that you will leave here today to really advance the work that we have ahead of us. So in the chat, just take a minute and make that commitment. Listening to students and sharing more, your team. Thank you. More sharing. That's great. I think sharing is going to be key. Being a squeaky wheel. Let's keep talking about, keep pushing. Yep. More convenings and gatherings to share. Absolutely. All right. Well, if you did not get a chance to put your commitment in the chat, I'm seeing more kind of continue to pop up. But I just urge you to make a personal commitment for yourself, write it down. I always find that putting it down in writing provides me a focus and a goal to keep working on. And let's continue collaborating and continuing to work together.
Thank you so much, Cora, for that wonderful conclusion, wrap up, key takeaways. I actually had a number of quotes that I was doing throughout the day, but we're actually a little bit over time right now, so I don't think I'll get to them, but I really, really appreciate you taking the time today. Thank you so much for staying. Thank everyone here for staying the whole day. It's been a wonderful day. It's hard to believe it actually flew by. Most of us have been online since about 8 a.m. So thank everyone for taking that time again on a Saturday. I want to close by once again thanking our sponsors: Ashland, DuPont, Labware, Heinemann, American Chemical Society of Delaware, Science is Fun, Verizon, Delaware After School Network, Delmarva, Bloom Energy, Croda, Mountaineer Farms, Math Learning Center, and Houghton Mifflin Harcourt, as well as our partners, the Delaware STEM Council, Delaware Foundation for Science and Math Education, Delaware Math Coalition, Delaware Department of Education, and FAME Incorporated. Three announcements, and then I promise we'll be done. The upcoming 8th running of the Delaware STEM Educator Awards is happening next month on November 17th. If you need any additional information, please look on the Delaware STEM website for it, or email any one of us. Also, the 5th annual Delaware STEM Math and STEM Equity has a save the date for October of 2023. And once again, I know there's a couple people who already put this in the chat, but don't forget to do the post event survey. I just put it in the chat again for everyone for convenience. Thank you everyone for taking the time to spend the full day with us on a Saturday. Once again, thanks to all of our panelists, all of our co-leaders, and I hope you have a wonderful rest of your day.
Thank you.
Bye, everyone.
Bye, Karen. Thank you. Love your quote, by the way.
Oh, thanks.
That was one of the ones I was going to, say if we had time, but we didn't. So.
Well, thanks for all you guys are doing across the state and for our kids. I appreciate you guys.
Thank you. And if I could put a personal pitch to you, we'd love to have you maybe consider applying for the Delaware STEM Educator Awards if you have time for next year. Something to think about.
Thanks, guys, so much. Have a beautiful rest of your day.
Thanks all.
Thank you all.
For everything.
Now we're getting down to the organizing team. There's Jamila still here too.
Miller.
Very good.
Hey, Randy and Dan and Ann.
Hello. We still have Terry. Oh, there's PJ. Hey,
There's
PJ, look at how Karen's become your new best friend.
You know,
PJ's been here. She's been here the whole time.
Rita.
Hi, PJ.
How are
PJ's been
you?
with us the whole time.
Yep.
Right in front of our faces. I'll tell you.
Hi,
It's
PJ.
amazing. Hide in full view, in full sight. What a wonderful conference. I think this was the best one.
Oh, this was so wonderful.
The people hung in there. I was monitoring it. You'll see the email I sent out. I was monitoring the participants. They
I
hung
saw
in there.
that. I saw that.
It basically stayed above 45 to 50 like the entire time, which is really great.
Really?
Yeah.
Oh, you were watching the numbers. That's good.
Yep. I remember I'm the queen behind the scene.
You are the queen behind the scene.
Yeah, bugging Ryan, bugging Dan.
Good bugging, but still.
That's right. I think, I mean, from my perspective, I think it went great.